BJJ.
All right, here we are. What's up, everybody? Thinker St. James here. It is Thursday night. Your boy is on a roll as far as the streaming goes, and back again to watch Jiu-Jitsu. Now, generally, when it comes to BJJ, I only have one competition that I care about, and that is, of course, the Craig Jones Invitational. I would not be checking out UFC's Wish version of the CJI. However, there was an event that I wanted to watch earlier today, could not do that because of work obligations and the like, but I wanted to come on. So, here we are. Forward Webcraft, so close to 1,000 subscribers. Yes, thank you very much for acknowledging that. If you are not subscribed already, of course, please join. But we do have some good news in that regard. That's another reason why I wanted to come on today, is to thank you and all of the other subscribers that have already subscribed, considering that we have now been accepted into the YouTube Partner Program. So the channel is on the way to monetization, and that could not have happened without each and every one of you subscribing, watching, hanging out in the chat. I want you to know how much I appreciate it. It means the world to me. Everybody else involved at Yama, Chase, Fitzking, we all really appreciate this. And so thanks. I mean, thank you very much. And really, it doesn't change anything for you guys. The content will always be free. You can always hang out for free of charge for anything that we do. If you want to show extra support, you're going to be able to in the near future. Still working out some of the stuff as far as getting the back end of everything set up. There was a couple of issues with Google that have to get worked out, but we are in the partner program. So happy days. Cheers to every one of you celebrating with a little bit of God's nectar here. Amir, how's it going, man? Shit, it's me. I just have to switch accounts. Oh, well, you do you, brother. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you for getting here early. Of course, this event does not start for another 25 minutes or so. So I just wanted to come on a little bit early just to talk about the channel. And again, say thank you so much. It's kind of crazy with that. Like, I've been doing Yama, first solo, obviously, and then with Vitz King, and then with Chase, for about 2 years. So this is a long process that it took to get to where we are now with it. And, there are a lot of times that you don't think that it's going to start clicking. You don't think things are going to work. And then all of a sudden things all fall into place. And that's really an amazing thing about doing this. So could not have done it without the support of all of the viewers. And, I've got to meet a lot of great people doing this. Got to help a lot of people in a way, which I think is kind of crazy. Like, you don't really acknowledge that kind of thing when it's when you're doing it on this side. But like, I've had people reach out and say how much it means to them that we're on stream and that we're hanging out and all that kind of stuff. And it really does my heart good to hear that, because I know that there have been creators that have done that for me. I often talk about how much I love the Game Grumps. When I was unemployed for a little while in a really bad spot, Game Grumps really helped me out in a big way. I tell that story a lot, or I have told it in the past, about when I was driving for Uber and I was really down and out, and I got this long fare out of town that I knew I wasn't going to be able to get a fare coming back. And that's, it's like it's good that you get the fare one way, you get the money, but then you don't get the money coming the other way. So you're basically wasting gas and time having to take yourself home. So I ended up getting that long fare. Where I ended up had a casino. I went to the casino. I gambled a little bit. I doubled the money that I put in. I started with $20. I ended up with, I think, $40 or $80, something like that. And used the money that I won at the casino to buy a ticket to go see Game Grumps live. And it was great. And it was really great. It was something that I needed at the time. So anyway, I tell that story to say that, like, it's crazy to me. It's really, it's otherworldly in a way to think that I could be helping other people that way. But I have had people reach out and say how much that Yama means to them. Even we're not even at 1,000 subscribers yet, and people are already talking about it that way. So it really makes me know that we're doing something great here. It makes me know that I want to continue doing this for as long as you guys will let me do it. And being a part of the YouTube Partner Program is just the next step of that. So again, just want to say thank you for that, because it means a lot to me. It is a great acknowledgement that what we've already put into the channel is something that you guys are enjoying. So, all right, I'm going to stop gushing now. But that's the deal. How are you doing? What's going on in your world? Let me know. Let me know how things are going for you. Are you excited about this UFC BJJ 4? I'm curious how many people are actually going to be watching this. Again, we have over 20 minutes now, but let's see. 663 people waiting in the waiting room for it. So if you want to watch along, the link for the event is in the description on YouTube of this stream. So if you're watching on YouTube, go down to the description. There is an event link in the description. You can put that on one screen, keep Yama on the other screen, and we will ride. Shout out to my boy Chase, who was supposed to be streaming this event, but had to work. So I hope that Chase didn't think I was trying to snipe him on doing a watch along for BJJ 4 here. But I had asked him earlier if he was going to be on. If Chase was going to be on, I was just going to hang out in his stream, in his chat, and watch over there. But I mean, really, I don't have much of an interest in this. I mean, I'm now. I don't mean to be rude. I have an interest in a couple of the people that are competing. Obviously, the Tackett brothers are competing in this. That is interesting to me. I know that I know both of them. I'm aware of them at least. Canuto is a name that I have heard a number of times at this point. I know that she's been at a few UFC events. Bellamere is competing on this card as well. That's Frank Mir's daughter. So I have interest in some of the competitors, but I'm curious. I guess that's more than anything. I'm curious about it because, like I said, I get everything that I need as far as BJJ goes from MMA and the CJI. I don't need more competitive competition BJJ in my life, but here we are. And what I was going to watch today. What was that? What was the name of it? It was, there was an event in Turkey today. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick so I can give you the information at least. I was curious what ended up happening with it. I guess maybe I should go over to Tapology and find out. It was, no, not that one. Core FC, that's what it was. Core FC had their second card, or at least Core FC 2. I don't know if they've done more events than that, but Core FC 2 was this morning at 11 a.m. And our boy James Yontop was on the card. So I was like, I want to see what's going on with old James Yontop. I always thought that he was a middling talent in the UFC, but I think that he was winning outside of the organization. There was also an Aliev on there. I didn't know if that was a dude related to the Aliev that's in the UFC currently, but I do not believe that it's the same guy. There's a Torres. We had a Manuel Torres on the last pay-per-view who got a nice knockout. Don't know if there's any relation there. But yeah, this Core FC2 was also on YouTube, and I'll try to catch one of those at some point in the future, I guess. But oh yeah, let's see if old James Yantop won his fight there. Let's go over to Tapology real quick. Core FC 2. There we go. Hold on. Core FC. Let's see here. This browser does not display correctly. Yeah, this browser is a little weird. On the Opera browser, because I had some problems at one point streaming from Chrome, so I moved over to Opera, which is good for a lot of things, but some websites don't display properly. He lost today. Oh, R.I.P. our boy James Yantop. He was on a 2-fight win streak before that too. He went back to FFC and got 2 wins. Lost in UA Warriors. It looks like James Yantop just cannot win outside of FFC. That's so weird. Look, so James Yantop loses to Mauricio Hufi at UFC 309, goes back to FFC. He wins at FFC one time, wins there again, so he's on a 2-fight win streak there. He goes to UAE Warriors, loses, goes back to FFC, wins 2 times in FFC again, and then loses today at Core FC 2. Kind of crazy. James Yantop, he found a place where he can win, and he can only win there. That's so weird. Hey, the 710 MMA, how you doing, brother? Make jiu-jitsu gay again. Well, brother, I don't know if you know this, but it is a tradition around here. If it's not a tradition, it's going to be starting to be one now. We go nuts out for BJJ. So, we got the nuts. Take a hearty handful of nuts, put them directly into your mouth. Mmm. Taste that nutty goodness. It's BJJ time. The reason I don't like to eat nuts on stream, it takes so long to chew. But nuts out for the jits, bro. Delicious. So who are the locks though? I mean, are we thinking both Tackets are getting the job done? We think Canuto's getting the job done. That's the thing about UFC's BJJ right now, from what I've seen. And granted, I have not been following it hardly at all. But I believe what I've seen is that a lot of the people that you expect to win just have been winning. Bro, why does this not... It doesn't save my settings for some reason. So weird. Hopefully that's a little bit better. The the mic for some reason has been acting a little weird lately. I don't know why, but hopefully the audio is okay for you. Let me know. Either way. So you watch BJJ but not RAF, bro. I will watch RAF. I will watch RAF. I'm just not paying for Fox for it. I am not going to pay Fox Nation for it. I have no interest in any other piece of programming on Fox Nation. But I would watch it. Also, though, I did hear that they changed the Bilal fight to a catch weight, and it's no longer a title fight now. Bilal coming in like, fuck this, I'm not cutting weight for this. RAF is better than this and CJI? That's strong words, but I mean, do you just like freestyle wrestling more than BJJ? I thought you were a BJJ guy. Didn't you win a BJJ tournament? And you're talking shit about your own art form? I don't know. That seems like you're speaking against your own interests there. I almost went to the last RAF, but then I remembered I'd rather save my 25 and stay home. God damn. Jesus, dude. Was it really in your neck of the woods? Because you're up in Chicago, right? I think I remember that. Yeah, but you wrestled before BJJ. Okay, fair enough. I mean, if it's that good, I mean, if people if you're really that into it, like I said, man, I'll keep an eye out for the next event and try to, talk to one of my Russian friends about it. It was in Chicago. Oh yeah, Chandler versus Mendez got you. Didn't Chandler get opened up in that wrestling match? Maybe he just had a cut from training or something. Because I seem to remember, like, during the interview portion, like, I thought that Chandler had a cut, and I was like, how the fuck does this guy get cut wrestling? I was like, goddamn. Doesn't seem possible. But somehow Michael Chandler will make it happen. But I mean, I'm not against it. I am not against it at all. I suck at freestyle wrestling. I did one tournament and went like 0-3. Fair. Well, I guess BJJ is where it's at for you. You doubted me, and I went 5-3. 5-3. E-Money J, you're bragging about 5-3. That's almost a what is that? A 60% win rate? You got a D+. Nah, I love you, E-Money J. I'm glad for you, bro. I'm glad for you. I'm always gonna doubt your crazier takes. How'd that finish in the Macy Barber fight go? I'm trying to help you as well, E-Money J. Like there needs to be a two-way communication here. Like you put your picks in there, and then I tell you ones where I'm like, bro, I don't think that that's the right thing to do. Like you should listen to a couple of them at least. At least when it comes to women's fights, bro. Please just do your boy a favor and heed some of the advice there. You're better at folk style? Okay. He got busted open. Oh, Chandler. He got busted open. They were doing some aggressive forehead push. Interesting. Is that legit? Is that really what it was? I mean, that has to be really aggressive forehead pushing. Good Lord. I mean, how aggressive does forehead pushing have to be before it becomes headbutting? You know what I mean? Like, you're pushing, and then, like, is it like bop? You know what I mean? Or is it like really just like Barber almost got knocked out. Barber almost got knocked out by a fucking illegal kick. Barber almost got knocked out by something that would have ended in a DQ. You still would not have made money off of that. That would have been a no action at the very best. And what's crazy about that is it only would have been a no action depending on the book that you have. Because there are some slimeball books out there that'll count a DQ and it'll have DQ as a line that you can bet on. And I think a lot of books still have that either way. But if you bet the DQ, you would have won that. But some books will count that as the method of victory or the end, the fight ending, the fight conclusion. Like that they'll count that as the settling of the fight. And it's like they'll take action on the DQ and they won't pay. They'll take the money from people betting wins and losses and stuff, which is kind of scummy if you think about it. E-Money is rich though. This we know. That is true. Getting poorer every day. I'm kidding. It's freestyle, easy to get nosebleeds. I saw Mendez trying to gator roll him, and Chandler tried as well. Okay, fair. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Nosebleeds make more sense to me. You're slamming around heads and all that kind of stuff. But, like, to do it forehead to forehead is kind of crazy. Chandler did get his two. Oh, nosebleed? Damn. I mean, I appreciate them going hard in the wrestling. Look, you're still in active competition when you're doing it, unless these guys are over there just thinking that it's a little bit of a leisure activity, something fun to do while they're not fighting, in legit MMA. So I think, you take it seriously. You should take it as seriously as the other guys, because the guys who don't fight MMA they're there to win, Those guys, it's like, this isn't some vacation for them. They're out there trying to win the fight. So I think it makes sense. Most books do KO, TKO, DQ. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. There are that. Yeah, I have seen that, but I've definitely seen it a couple of different ways, and that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta check your book because like if the book is gonna be pulling some underhanded shit and be like, well, it ended in a DQ. That's the outcome. Sorry, give me your money. It's like, all right, then I'm gonna get a new book. This is the good thing about it's a double-edged sword, right? Because on the one hand, we have this proliferation of betting culture now that has gone way overboard. A lot of people are going to start ruining their lives in legitimately terrible ways with all the betting that we have now. But on the other hand, it is good that we have competition in the betting space because that means that like books that pull weird dumb shit, there's competitors. Like I don't have to stay with you. In fact, shout out to Caesars. Not a sponsor, but I'll still shout out Caesars Sportsbook anyway, because Caesars Sportsbook is a book that I'm thinking about switching to at some point, considering that during the whole Isaac Dolgarian thing, they were one of the books that did the right thing, I would say, and just did no action on that fight, refunded everybody's money, washed their hands of it that way. I thought that was the smart move. Hey, there's a fix-in. We've got all this information coming in that there are problems. We're not taking any more action. We're refunding the money that is coming on the fight. End of story. I was like, I like the way that they handled that one. So my point is that now that we have a lot of competition in the space, go to the book that actually operates ethically, quote unquote, if you can even call it ethical operation. Hey, what are you doing back there? Chill out, buddy. Is Mendez still in BKFC? No. I want to say no. I have not seen him. I've not seen him on any cards lately, but I haven't been keeping up with the BKFC cards as much. So, and of course, we know Frankie Edgar was supposed to fight, but didn't end up doing it. Hey, bud, stop. Yeah, I lost a 3-leg on Dolgarian on DraftKings. Fuck him. Yeah, same. Fuck Bovada. That's the I always hesitate to call him out, but yeah, Bovada's the book that I use, and they suck. Like they suck. Their interface is terrible on the like the app. Like I can never get bets in. Like you see me on stream, like I'll be sitting there, I'll be like, oh, let me go check the book. Got to refresh the page. Got to fucking force stop it. Got to do all this dumb bullshit. It's annoying. So I am looking for a different book. I just got to set it up. And right now, I'm going to probably have some time to do it. This is actually the good time in like, as far as busyness goes. My day job business is starting to slow down a little bit. Still got a lot of stuff that I can do and am going to be doing, but I don't have to be as like hitting deadlines kind of thing. We're getting into the holidays. So I might have a little bit of time to do that. But every time that I think about doing that, something else comes up. Obviously, I was working on the monetization stuff today. Thanks again to everybody who supports the channel. We are now part of the YouTube Partner Program. How crazy is that? If you're just coming in, thank you very much for making that happen. But I was working on that, getting some of that stuff done. And then it's like anytime that I think about it, it's like something else comes up. But either way, get yourself onto a book that's actually going to treat you somewhat right. Because you're going to be losing money either way. At least lose money to people that operate somewhat ethically, I suppose. All right. 5 minutes until this thing starts. Have any of you watched this already? What is your impression of this event? Or, like BJJ in general on UFC? Have these been well-run events? I heard that they're stealing from the Craig Jones setup and system, the scoring system or whatever, the bracketing system. Something was getting taken from Craig Jones. He was not happy about it. Hey, Anakin, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, bro. We still haven't done the monetization out of sheer laziness. Oh, I didn't know that you do content too, bro. I'm gonna make sure to subscribe to your channel. Excuse me, sir. I like UFC BJJ. It's decent. All right, cool. Good to know. This will be my first experience with it. So, as I said earlier, I'm like, I don't really particularly care all that much about it, but I certainly am interested enough to come on and take a look at it. Holland versus Neal in the works for UFC Houston. Ooh, okay. I'm not opposed to that. That's probably going to be a pretty solid win for Kevin Holland, I would think. Jeff Neal is just too slow for him, I would say. Jeff Neal is too slow and stationary. You have an IG? Yes, IG at Yamashow. Say at Yamashow on all socials. YAMMA show. Yeah, and make sure to give me a follow. I'll follow you back. You like the Tackett Bros? Yeah, I was a little not upset, but I mean I know that the Rotolos have competed on other UFC BJJ events, and I like the Rotolo brothers. I've seen both of them in one before, so I was hoping to see them. I'll settle for the Tackets. I am happy about Canuto, and I do want to see Bellamir, though. I know that Bellamir has been doing pretty well, and there have been rumors of Bellamir possibly making her way into MMA at some point. I think she's super young. She's like 20 or 21 years old at this point, so if she's doing well, racking up some nice wins, you know, there could be some good stuff going in her future. And I was hoping, I don't know if she's competing anymore for them or if she ever did, but that one girl, the girl who won the CJI women's competition, that girl is like 18 or whatever, she's going to be a killer. Like, at least as far as BJJ goes, she's going to be a killer at least. I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but she is very impressive. Followed you. Cool. Appreciate you, bro. I'll catch you after the stream. I'll make sure to get you back. We're followed by Yuri. That's our claim to fame. Hey, that is a great claim to fame. Tell the champ I said what's up. If you can catch him between stints in his cabin, of course. I like to think that Yuri is in the cabin for 3 days, comes out of the cabin, checks his Instagram, gets ready to go back into the cabin. All right. 90 seconds coming up here. Right now. 90 seconds to go. Headphones going on. And we will start this thing. Get you your sync point in just a moment. We will see what's up. See what's up with the UFC BJJ product. How many people in the waiting room right now? Almost 2,000. Okay. Hey, that's a pretty solid amount of people to be waiting. You're a Dominican, no black poppy? Okay, fair enough. You and Waldo. Is that true, though? Sigma, is that the case? And if it is the case, do you actually think that? Bellamir was in... Oh, no, Frank Mir was in RAF, right? Wasn't Frank taking a competition there, or was it Bella? If it's Bella, then dope, dude. She's out here working. But I thought I saw that Frank was doing it. Am I wrong about that? I might be wrong about that. I don't remember. Because I think that's what I thought. I was like, oh, Frank is still doing stuff actively? I thought he was just coaching. Shout out to the OG GOAT, Frank Mir. Oh, it was Bella? Okay. All right, we got feed. Yep, there you go. I'll restart the timer here. Getting a Fight Pass promo, it looks like. Yep, there you go. Fight Pass. And your sync point right now. First shot of the belt. I appreciate that the UFC puts this out for free on YouTube. Trying to give people a little bit of a taste, you know? Oh, shoot. I got to switch over to my other account so that I can get this ad-free. There we go. I like that they also do it in a pit. I don't think that their pit is as cool as the Karate Combat or CJI pit. Their pit is like curved at the bottom a little bit more, not tapered as much. I John Dong, no Rick Allen Poppy. I John Dong, no Rick Allen Poppy. They fight in an ashtray. Let's go. Yeah, it looks like what you'd see at a skate park, you know? I expect people to be doing like stalls at the top of that wall. Going up, hitting the stall, doing a kick flip, and then coming back down. Getting pissed off at rollerbladers. The fuck out of here with your three-wheeled bullshit. One brings the grind, the other the flash. Which is the grind and which is the flash? Uh-oh. France versus USA. Yes, Raquel Canuto. Highly touted from what I understand. She looks like the exact type of woman that you see taking BJJ very seriously. Like, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, when you know BJJ, like women, like not usually active people in competition, like just the girls in the gym that take BJJ really seriously, like Raquel Canuto looks exactly like that. Eyes get really intense. It's like, oh yeah, no, oh, I roll. Canuto kind of sucks. Okay. I thought that she was like supposed to be the hot prospect. She was like the new hotness or whatever. God damn, this broadcast is loud. We have no women at our gym? Brother, why not? That's half the point of going. I mean, okay. I mean, obviously, if you're locked in, you know, hey, brother, no distractions, brother. Eye on the prize, brother. I can understand. She's not the hot anything. Yo, goddamn. 10-7. 10-7. Putting the heat down on Canuto. Yikes. Fair enough then. But no women at the gym. That, again, I question, unless you guys are really just trying to graduate champions over there, which, hey, shout out to you if that's the case. But I know you also live in kind of a sparsely populated area of the country, so maybe you just don't have as many women wanting to train where you're at. If so, you send them down to the combat sports program at Planet Fitness. Sorry, sweetheart. There's a gym around the corner called Planet Fitness. They do a little program that might be just right for you. We've changed the brand. We've changed the sport, says Chiesa. Oh, Blinky Guy is there. The guy who is not Dean Thomas or Michael Chiesa is the dude that blinks incessantly. He's doing it right now. That dude on the left, he is Mr. Blink. Yo, Yamacat, what is good, my guy? I'm going to have to start putting the spray bottle back on the table, my guy. You are all up in the broadcast right now. No chance Dean Thomas and Chiesa are wearing the same suit. They got two of them made. They got two of them made in wardrobe. Bro, what are you doing, little man? Yeah, go away. Get over there. There you go. Make the jump. I mean, it's a nice suit, to be fair. Come on. It certainly could be worse. I generally I generally give a tip of the hat to the style of the gentleman on the broadcast. Oh, man, I can't wait to see all of the high-level hugging going on. Again, if you got your nuts out for BJJ, toss back a handful for the competition tonight. Oh, we got a championship going on tonight. Damn, you weren't kidding about it being the same suit, though. God damn. Who told them that that was the right pattern? They went to the same tailor, and this guy was like, bro, you know what's really in right now? The box pattern. The box print is where it's at. This is 2026 fashion. You're not going to get this at any other tailor. They're like, okay. Well, the box, he said the box print. Box print is where it's at, he said. They're just backstage and they do the Spider-Man meme. Like, wait a second. Well, I can't change now. Well, I'm not going to change now. Oh, well, we're both on the broadcast wearing the same shit like two girls at the party, both wearing red. I don't know about all that. DC was wearing a pink suit last weekend. That's insane in December. I mean, a pink suit, you gotta have a certain level of confidence to be rocking that at any time. See, look at little Morgan Worth here. Very classy dress here, you know? Nothing overly flashy. A little bit of flourish, but overall very acceptable design. All right, there's Raquel and I guess her man. Talking about her island heritage. Shout out to all of my Polynesians out there. Community that I am very familiar with. Used to work pretty closely with a lot of Polynesians. Generally cool as long as you're cool with them, but you always do have to be careful because they have the shortest fuse of any people I have ever known. Polynesians can go from 0 to 100 real fucking quick. Aurélie Laverne. She looks like somebody. I can't put. Oh, she looks like JoJo Siwa. I was like, who does she look like? Wait a second. It's on the tip of my tongue. That's what it is. She used to be busting out with the all black with the face paint. Is she gay? Is she not gay anymore? Who knows? Anyway. Hey, CTE, what's up, my brother? Gonna be lurking this stream while I drive home for the next hour-ish. Brother, appreciate you, man. Thank you for hanging out with us while you drive. Obviously, everybody knows that having Yama on in the car will get you home safely, so this is a great idea. I appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. I will make sure to mentally note that you are in the background, and either way, you are appreciated. Thank you for being here. If you ever want to go down a rabbit hole, go watch the UFC card that was in China earlier this year. This lady who was talking right now was staring at every fighter during the walkout. It was nuts. Morgan Worth? She was staring at all of the fighters. Because I did watch that event. I was live for that event. You talking about Macau? Right? That was this year, wasn't it? Oh no, Shanghai. Shanghai was this year. And yeah, I was live for that. I'll have to go back and watch that. I did not notice that at the time. Because that's something that we definitely would have talked about on the podcast if that was the case. Or if I had noticed it, rather. But yeah, I'll have to go back and watch. Now that I have Fight Pass, I can do that. CTE is here, but no Hydra. Yeah. You know, Hydra is a college man out here sowing his wild oats. So if Hydra's not here, he's probably doing something dope. So that's all right. We're okay with this. Hydra will be around when Hydra can be around. Either way, it don't matter. It don't matter who is here or who is not. If you are available and want to hang out with your boy, I am honored. If you got other things to do, rather than watching men roll around with each other on the floor, completely understandable, completely acceptable as well. It was weird. I noticed it early on in the card. She would stare at their asses and write notes and return to staring. I mean, maybe Morgan Worth is just, she's a little thirsty like that. I mean, you know, what's the problem? Normalize objectification of men. Hydra's fall semester ended. He should be here. Yama comes before anything. Yama over everything is the motto. This is true. But the work in the streets never stops. You know, you're laying the groundwork for post-semester canoodling during the year. So hopefully my boy is out there doing great things. Notes, though, what are you writing? Yeah, for real. Yeah, you know, she's got like whoever was on the event, you know, Charles Oliveira, 7 out of 10. Like, what are you rating? I mean, maybe it's very important to her that she has accurate numbers so that she can, you know, in her own mind, rank the fighters as to smash or pass. I mean, I don't know. Bro, you were not kidding about them fighting in an ashtray. That is wild. All it needs is the little cigarette divots. Hey, Savage, what's good, my man? The BJJ events on UFC have been pretty boring lately, but always glad to catch a Yama stream. Appreciate you, always. Granted, they can't all be like the CJI. No, that is true. How's it going, brother? It is going fantastic. As I said at the start of this thing, we have just been accepted into the YouTube partner program, so this is as much hanging out, watching dudes cuddle, as it is me saying thank you to y'all for making this happen. Oh, Lucas Pinero, out of Winter Garden. Bro is a hometown hero. Well, now we know who we're rooting for over here. A dude fighting out of Winter Garden, that is around the corner from your boy. Central Florida, stand up. Oh, hell yeah. Congratulations. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, man. Well deserved. Appreciate you. All right, first match is underway. Lucas Pinero versus, Jussier Formiga. He's an MMA fighter. That's a name I know. Well, we're going for Lucas Pinero, though, because Pinero is a Central Florida king. But yeah, this is my first time watching the UFC BJJ, and just kind of checking it out, considering that I didn't get to watch Core FC this afternoon, or this morning, rather. Oh, he's out of Atos. Yes, I am familiar with Atos in Winter Garden. Oh. Locking up the legs. Pinero trying to get the heel hook. Nope. All right, gets the back instead. Back to the feet. Oh, nice roll for Formiga, but it ends up with Pinero in the top position. Let's see how Formiga is off of his back. What's Formiga complaining about? Like he was kind of jawing for a second there. Spring starts January 12th. I have time to get in my bag and buy a coffin/funeral event for my fish who is currently on life support. Oh, Sigma, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. You know, it's tough with fish. Some fish live for very long times. Others have much shorter lifespans. What kind of fish is it? I'm sorry to hear that, though, bro, if that is the case. Fish are, like I said, it's unless you got like a koi fish that lives for a long time. But to be fair, like if your fish is on life support, like it still might live for a long time. I have a good friend who has had a fish that has been kind of slowing down for many years, but I mean it's been like many years and it's still just hanging on. I actually house sit for him occasionally when he is out of town and have to drive about an hour and a half to go feed that fish. I literally drive an hour and a half, drop a thing in the tank, and turn right back around and drive another hour and a half. It's a 3-hour round trip to help this friend because that's the kind of friend I am. You went to school in Tallahassee? That's what's up. Go Knowles. I have a lot of fond memories in Tallahassee, even though I didn't go to the school. Tallahassee is a great city, though. College town, most definitely. Capital of this great state of Florida. Honey Gourami. He has swim bladder where they can't swim normally. I'm starving him for like 3 days to see if he improves. Okay. Well, do what you got to do, my man. And, as much or as little as you can do, just know that as long as you took good care of that animal, then you did your job as a pet owner. All right, Pinero doing some decent work on top here. So what are so they're rounds. I'm seeing that there are rounds. It's not one long round, which that's a little bit different than other organizations. What are can there be draws, I guess? What's the rule set in this? I probably should have been listening at the start of the broadcast. Oh, Pinero's got the back now, trying to hook over the one arm. Trying to isolate that arm. Kind of an odd position to try to get an arm bar from, but maybe, oh, there you go. That's better. Oh. This is bad for Formiga. He's trying to pry that back. Going for this arm bar. 40 seconds, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's going to have to really wrench that. Formiga doing a good job to protect it. Keeping his arms go. There it is. Oh, but Formiga, a nice move. Nice move. Good evasive maneuver and then ends up in a dominant position here. That was impressive. Good job for Jussier Formiga. Oh, goes. Oh, jump Gilly. Oh, all right. Let's that go. All right. And that's the round. I don't know what it is. I had it for like a year. Well, again, bro, fish are kind of a tricky pet in general. They're very, very sensitive to like pH balance and other elements within the water. Like fish have their own set of circumstances. So like, just try your best, do as good as you can. I don't even really like. Do you find joy in having a pet fish? Like you find a connection with the animal? That's always my thing with pets. If I'm going to have a pet, I prefer there to be like some type of connection with the animal. Granted, I wish that I had a stronger connection with Yamacat. Yamacat just wants to play around and mess with stuff. Like he's not much of a cuddly creature. But I still love the little guy. Yeah, they have an octagonal pit for the BJJ here. Interesting. All right. Round 2 coming up. They shake, and we go back to action. Yeah, Lucas Pinero, I would say, took round 1. Even though it was a really nice escape for Formiga. Oh, all right. Pinero drops to his back. North-south going on here. Formiga right up in his asshole. Face well planted in the cracks and crevices. With my honey gourami, I feel like she is going to die, though. It was my first fish that I actually knew how to care for. Okay. Well, again, do your best. That's all that one can ask. The fact that you're even considering, how best to care for her shows that you care. So, just try to give it the best life you can. That's always what it is, right? If you're going to have a pet, just try to give it the best life possible. That is why whenever I am out here earning money, I am doing it so that I can improve the life of Yamacat. I tell him that every time I have to leave because Yamacat makes it very difficult for me to leave the place. He comes down to the door when I'm trying to leave and gives me the big puppy dog eyes. Like, don't go. And I'm like, bro, I gotta go for us. I'm doing it for us. This isn't just for me. I'm not just leaving for me. I'm doing it for both of us. We're trying to elevate together. So, just try to give your animal the best life you can. All right, Formiga doing better this round, even though he has had his head so deep in Pinero's Pinero. Yeah, Formiga, oh, this is much better. Got him right at the base of the curvature of the wall. Could be setting up a head and arm, it looks like. All right, no, moves out to the side. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, he is. Yeah. Trying to get that arm triangle. Oh, this is not good for Pinero. Oh, no, our Winter Garden King. Oh, Formiga goes top down on it. Pinero's got the arm kind of crooked. I guess he's creating a little bit of space with that. Not getting full pressure on it, but this is certainly better for Formiga. My aunt used to have a fat cat who used to run from me and get stuck under the floorboard when I was chasing it under the bed. Well, why were you chasing the cat, bro? If you were chasing the cat, that's probably why the cat didn't like you. Some cats like to be chased. That is true. Yamacat is one of them. He comes over and fucks with me, and then I get up out of the chair and he just bolts away. Yo, Formiga is crushing this round. This is a much better round for Jussier Formiga. That was years ago. I think it died at 17 or 18. It lost weight, though, because she starved it? She starved it? Bro, well, that's not good. Shouldn't be starving your animals, but, I mean, she must not have been taking terrible care of it, though, because 17 or 18, that's a very long life for a cat. I mean, 10 is old for a cat, so anything in the 12-year range is about when they usually pass away. So 17 or 18 is a good long life, but still don't like to hear that your aunt was starving her cat. That's not good. All right. It's 1-1 as far as I'm concerned. That was a really nice round for Formiga. Hey, DJ playing some DMX. Stop being greedy. Crazy how much of an impact DMX had on the world. Ask Vitz King what he thinks about DMX sometime. He'll tell you. DMX is a rapper who Vitz King has very specific thoughts on. Yeah, Formiga was in really good control in that round. I would say it is 1-1 going into the third. I have two cats and are polar opposites. One just wants love and cuddles, and the other just wants to be left alone or aggressively play, attacking the ankles, then run, hide, repeat in a playful way. Yeah, Yama Cat is the second. I would really prefer the first, but both cats that I have had in my adult life have been that way. My previous cat, Oscar, rest in peace. He was a great little boy. Both of them were strays, and I think that plays a lot into it. You know, when cats are out there on the street having to fend for themselves, it kind of changes their temperament. So I'm pretty sure that that's what it was with him as well, even though I got him pretty young. I mean, he was only like maybe 3 months old when Yama Cat came into my life. Very similar circumstances to Oscar, my first cat, but they're little hood creatures. But that's how we connect, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, I recognize the hood in you, and I see a little bit of you, or see a little bit of myself in you as well, you know? Like, all right, I get this. I understand what's up. And that's how you know, too, that underneath all of that, there's still love, you know? All right. Formiga muscling right now. Got the headlock. Trips it. Really nice work. Yeah, Formiga might end up taking this thing 2-1. Pinheiro needs to get himself into this competition. But that's why when you see Yama Cat come up on the desk and he like walks across and he's over here and you see his tail going or whatever, that's all he's doing is just trying to get attention to play more, you know? Oh, breaking for inactivity. Okay. All right. They're back. All right. Pinheiro shoots. Good stuff by Formiga. Our cats came from a feral farm cat. Okay. Found one kitten trying to get into the peacock enclosure, and they were trying to stomp and peck him through the cage. They kill snakes, so he would have gotten fucked. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of why Yama Cat ended up here is because he was walking in the street, and if you've seen him before, you know he's jet black. He was walking in the street in the middle of the night. Me and a friend of mine were on a walk on a night where there was no UFC. That's what it was. I was like hanging out with my boy. We had gotten some shiitake mushrooms. We're enjoying a nice mushroom meal. Walking around the neighborhood. He lives in a very wooded neighborhood, so it's a nice place to walk around. Air was nice and clear. You know, it was a temperate weather that night. So we were just walking around the neighborhood, and this little guy came out of nowhere, middle of the road, active road where cars were driving, came right up to us and just sort of started to follow us. And I was like, all right, this cat is going to get run over out here. There's no way he is going to survive. Like, he is too young. He is not going to be respecting of cars if he's in the middle of the road right now. And then the rest is history. The other cat, my dog, was tossing up like a chew toy and was watching through window like, what does he have? Oh, you were watching through the window like, what does he have? Then seen it was a kitten, so ran out to save him, covered in slobber. Good deal, bro. Both had a death wish. Yeah, exactly. Well, good on you for saving both of them. Hey, TJF, what is up, my guy? TJF out here in the trenches antagonizing Jamal Hill. Leave that man be, bro. He's already getting enough flack for telling a woman that he was going to knock her out. That was a fun stream, I have to say. Yeah, if you missed out on the Tuesday night stream where we went over Jamal Hill versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk, go and watch that VOD. That was a good time. But good to see you, brother. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate you. Yeah, Formiga's going to take this thing 2-1, bro. Unless Pinheiro can get the armbar right now, but doesn't look like there's going to be any time for it. You didn't say anything wrong this time? Okay, cool. All I saw was you posting a picture of Joanna, and I'm like, hey, let that man live, bro. He's already dealing with enough. He's dealing with a lot, considering that he was not in the wrong in that situation necessarily. Granted, we don't know the whole truth, but based on his account of it, he was not in the wrong, except for telling her that he was going to knock her out. Much appreciate all the streams lately. Saturdays are far apart. Yeah, well, I mean, Saturdays are far apart, and also we've got a long stretch of MMA winter coming up. No UFC for 6 weeks after this weekend. So, but yeah, no, I've always wanted to be doing more streams. I love being on stream. If I can get videos in between those, I want to do that as well. I'm pulling out all the stops if I can. I appreciate that the community is growing and enjoying what we're doing around here. So I want to be on as much as possible, man. So thank you very much for being here and allowing that to be possible. I'm praying Royval wins Saturday. He's my guy and Cop is annoying. Yes, agreed. I agree. I think Royval has a really good shot of winning that fight. Cop is good. Cop is a dirtball. You know, Royval is a dog. They call him the raw dog for a reason. I think that his speed is going to be there. Cop is fast. I think Royval is a little bit faster, a little bit craftier. Cop is mad annoying. I did like when he went off on Izzy, though. That was hilarious. Yeah, definitely hilarious. And as I had said, tremendous aim on Manel Cop when he threw the water bottle, if you recall. That was an insanely accurate throw from the audience. Did you see Cardi is in Fortnite now? No, I did not see that, but somebody posted in the Discord that Kim Kardashian is, so I'm not surprised. All right, Juicy A Formiga gets the win. Our Winter Garden King does not get the win on the big stage, unfortunately, but shout out to Lucas Pinheiro. Still a legend. I thought they called him Raw Dog because he's got so many kids. I mean, that could also be part of it. This is boring, not you, but the BJJ. I mean, you kind of got to expect it a little bit, but I will say that at least off of that one match, the CJI has it down much better. This is the big difference, right? What I had said about this, I forget what stream we were talking about this, but we were talking about this, I think it was one of the Friday streams. We were talking about this versus the CJI, and the difference that the UFC is not going to be able to replicate is the atmosphere of the CJI. Like, it's just a fun environment. It's light, it's fun, it's cool. It's like, you feel like it's just sort of like a homey environment. Everybody's sort of just dapping each other up. Like it's serious in competition, but it's not so serious that it's like, all grit and determination. It's just like, it's fun, So like, I just don't think that this in the Apex is ever going to be as fun as the CJI. And off of that one match, like, that certainly seems to be the case, I would say. R.I.P. Winter Garden, forever in our hearts. Now that it's a BJJ event, who was on your Spotify Wrapped or whatever you have? I posted it in the Discord. Hold, please. Let's see if I can find it. It was off of YouTube, but the thing is that it was only I have to get it off my other YouTube channel because, like, I used to listen to music on the Yama YouTube account like a while back, but then I ended up getting YouTube Music on my personal account. So the stuff that's on my Wrapped is a little bit skewed. But my top artists, at least on the Yama account, number 5, Cameo. Probably off the strength of the great song Candy. Fantastic, fantastic song. Number 4, KMFDM. Excellent industrial band. You'll see me wearing my KMFDM shirt on stream often. Big fan of KMFDM for the last 20 years or so. Number 3, Justice. Excellent French electronica duo. Very akin to Daft Punk. Carrying the torch from Daft Punk, they'd say. Number 2, Lady Gaga. Now, I know a lot of people would give me shit for this. Oh, Lady Gaga, what are you, a frou-frou boy? Lady Gaga, let me tell you something, all right? As far as pop music goes, which I am a big enjoyer of, Lady Gaga is unbeaten. She is one of the modern goats of the pop landscape. So if you're trying to come at me, giving me shit about my Lady Gaga love, I got some news for you. Shut up. And number 1, the OG GOAT of Afro Funk, Hugh Masekela. If you do not know about Hugh Masekela, brother, hip yourself to game, okay? Hugh Masekela, one of the greatest musicians of all time, if you really think about it, if you really dig down deep. Listen to Hugh Masekela's amazing seminal album called The Boys Doin' It. One of my absolute favorite records of all time, and I'm not even kidding. Hugh Masekela, The Boys Doin' It. I believe it's 1979. I could be wrong about that, but if not, it's somewhere in there, 78, 79, somewhere around there. Hugh Masekela, The Boys Doin' It. Listen to it from start to finish. It will be transformative in your life. And I really do mean that. So that was my top 5. At least on the Yama channel. I have to go back and see what it is on my my other channel. I'm just happy for a Yama stream. Brother, thank you for being here. Thank you again to all of you guys for making this what it is, man. I really never, I always hoped that we would get to the point of monetization, but, 2 years doing it without, being in the YouTube partner program is kind of an accomplishment. So I really appreciate it. And I never could have done it without you guys. So thank you so much. Yama said number 5, Xavier So Based. Number 4, Ian. Number 3, Buliman. Oh my God. I do not know any of these people. I know Ian because you posted him. Number 2 is Osama Sun, and number 1 is 2K Manos. Oh my God. Good Lord. Post it all though, bro. I'll let you know what I think. I will always let you know what I think about these artists. Also, congratulations on the monetization, bro. Only up from here, brother. Could not have done it without you guys, man. It means the world to me. It really does. Number 1 is net spend. Number 1 would never be net spend. All right, Landon Elmore versus Nate Hernandez is underway. Who is who? Okay, Nate Hernandez is in the blue. Landon Elmore. I believe that they said that Landon Elmore beat Bryce Mitchell in a BJJ competition. Ooh, Elmore getting a little overzealous there with the jump. Oh, Hernandez with the nice takedown. Yeah, I mean, I would guarantee you that any of those other artists that you just mentioned would be number one over net spend. Oh, what happened? Oh, did he get? Oh, he got him with a heel hook. Landon Elmore. Bro, this kid's 19 years old. Caught him with the heel hook. Unceremonious. Crowd wasn't even going wild or anything. I guess there's only like 10 people in the Apex for this. All right, I didn't see the replay. I didn't even catch the finish. I'm going to go through your top 5 in a moment here. Actually, I got to see if I can pull up the top 5 on the other channel. Maybe I can do that on here. All right, let's see here. So he shoots in. He gets dropped off of that. Hernandez goes in. What does he get? Oh, yeah. No, he catches. Oh, he rolls into the. Yeah, he rolls into the heel hook. Oh, wow. Damn. That was quick. Yeah, this is the right angle to see the actual tap. Yeah, he gets it. He turns it. Oh, yeah. I mean, but he didn't actually tap. So what, did he verbally submit? I didn't hear it. I guess maybe it was a verbal. Let's hear. Due to a what? They didn't announce the method. All right, well, it looked like a heel hook to me, and I guess maybe they just knew that that's what it was. All right, number 5 is Kid Leroy. Number 4 is Yeet. Number 3 is DC the Don. Number 2, Glaive. Number 1, NBA Youngboy. I know that you are a big Youngboy fan. All right, let's see. Also, 10-7, if you are still around, boom, you are followed back, my man. Let me see if I can bring that up on here. Let me switch accounts here. Oh, it doesn't have it. Why does it not have it on here? God damn it. I was hoping that it would be on here. Maybe I can bring it up through the YouTube Music app. Hold on. I'll bring it up through YouTube Music. Let's see if that works. Library. How do you rank it by like most listened to? Recently played, recently saved. I can't just rank it by like most listens? Yeah, I guess it doesn't just give you the option to like sort it by most listened. That sucks. Quick picks, mixed for you, long listens. Yeah, why doesn't it just have it like sorted by stuff you like the most? Wouldn't that be a logical thing to have? Charts? No, that's trending in the United States. Why doesn't it just have it like what you listen to? That's so weird. I mean, I can read off some of what's on my speed dial, which I guess goes off of like what you listen to the most. But it doesn't just like rank it by the stuff that you listen to the most. That's so weird. I don't get it. Also, if Kayla Harrison wins, instead of drinking milk, you got to keep the mustache and get rid of the rest. Keep the mustache and get rid of the rest. I would do it. I would do that. I'm down with that. If Kayla Harrison wins, I'll make you that bet. I'll make you that bet. But what are you gonna do for me though, TJF? This is the thing. This is what I don't appreciate about these types of bets is that, like, yeah, I have to do something, but if Amanda Nunes wins, what are you going to do? I hope Nunes wins. I do too. I mean, look, I love Kayla Harrison. I think she's a great lady. Obviously very talented, all of that. Like, I certainly support her, and I think that what she's doing in coming over to the UFC, like as far as career navigation goes, I think that Kayla Harrison has navigated her combat sports career probably better than anybody else in the sport. You know, wins $2 million tournaments in PFL, then comes to the UFC and does great. I'm like, she's doing exactly the right thing, but it's the GOAT, the literal GOAT. Amanda Nunes, the literal GOAT of women's MMA. So I kind of messed up my rap because my YouTube has rock songs I like, so it's easier to choose than Spotify is everything else, so it kind of got split half and half between them. Got you. Yeah, I only use YouTube for pretty much everything. Like, I don't have Spotify. I don't use Spotify personally. So everything that I do, music, videos, everything. I live YouTube, bro. That's why I love being on stream. That's why I love being a YouTuber. I'm firmly ensconced in the YouTube culture for everything, including music. So I will read off while we get ready for Bellamir coming in here. Is Frank with her? Yep. There he is. God damn it. So yeah, I'll read off a couple of my quick pick songs for you on the YouTube Music app. But these are all just like songs, though. Let's see. Corneria by Cuba. Or how is it actually pronounced? Cumo, excuse me, Cumo, which is a remix of the Star Fox theme song. Fantastic. Big Beast by Killer Mike featuring T.I. and Trouble. That is a great song if you are not familiar. Hardcore G shit. Midnight by Luke Million. Excellent song. Good Lord. Great classic right there. Je vous toujours by Yell, another French artist. Joan Jett, Hate Myself for Loving You. Great song. What else? Oh, I've been listening to a lot of Peter Frampton lately. I'm thinking about doing a video for my second channel on Frampton Comes Alive, one of the best-selling live albums of all time. I was thinking about just doing a full album review of that because I've never listened to all of it, and I don't know anything about Peter Frampton except for his songs, and his songs are bangers. Like, that album has like such great songs on it. If you have ever listened to classic rock radio, you probably know a few of them. Kayla's going to win, so I don't have to do anything. Well, you better find something that's going to make that bet worthwhile to me. Didgery Dave, what is good, my guy? Brother. How are you, sir? Last time you were around, I don't think I saw the answer, but are you back in Australia or are you still in the Philippines? We got Bellamir coming up against Rana Willick. Willink? Rana Willink versus Bellamir coming up here next. She got the soccer mom build. Mir gonna kill her. she does have a little bit of soccer mom in that build. You are not wrong. TJF got to work overtime for 2 more hours the following day. Well, who's getting that money though? Yeah, got back home Monday afternoon. How was the trip, bro? Come on, you don't keep us hanging over here, brother. You got to tell us all about it. How was the Philippines? As we see this match coming up here now, Bellamir and Rana Willink underway. Willink, is that Jocko's girl? Is that his wife or sister, girlfriend? Oh, Bella getting the takedown early. Oh, Already not good for Willink. For real, but Yama the GOAT. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you always, my guy. Nice shot of Rana. Face down. Fill in the rest. I mean, Bellamir working right now. Just keeping back. Going for the arm bar setup. Oh, Rana rolls forward on that. Smart move, but Bella keeping control. She's got north-south right now. Got the kind of north-south choke position. Goes into side control. She's got the arms locked behind the neck. Mount. I mean, she's doing everything that she wants right now. Rana needs to get herself into this thing. Yeah, Bellamir just patient right now, working. Yep, just keeping that top control. Staying mounted. Racking up the control time. I had an awesome time. Great people, great food. Went to 3 islands. Manila, Cebu, and Masbate, or Masbate, I would think. Met the family, went to the beach, and everything in between. Brother, that sounds amazing. That sounds like the best possible trip imaginable. 3 islands plus your potential sweetheart in one trip. Bro, I'm very happy for you. That sounds fantastic. Would recommend going there to anyone. Okay, fair enough, man. How was the interactions with the lady? Did you guys get along as well as anticipated when you were together? Head and arm triangle for Bellamir here. All right. Lets that go. Bellamir has just been in such control of this round. Good Lord, she is walking away with this round. Do they have 10-8 rounds in BJJ? I don't know if they're using the 10-point must for this. You got her an engagement ring, now planning for a Philippine wedding. Oh! Didgeridave! Oh, man. Dude, I'm so happy for you, bro. Congratulations, brother. Oh, that does my heart good. I'm going to start tearing up over here. Happy for my boy. Oh, man. Right in the feels, brother. Right in the feels. Congratulations, bro. I'm so happy that it's working out for you that way. I hope for many, many years of happiness for you, brother. How are you going to get all your people over to the Philippines for the wedding, though? Or do you just not have a lot of people that you're going to be inviting? Oh, uh-oh. Rana with the knee bar. Bella needs to turn herself out. Her knee's fully extended. It's an odd position, though. She has to... Yeah, she's too high. Yeah, this is not good for Bellamir. There you go. Okay, this is a little bit better. But she still has that leg. Yeah, she is fully extended. This is not great. Yeah, she's probably not going to finish this, but certainly a little bit of a reversal of dominance. All right, there you go. Round ends finally. Yeah, Bellamir takes the round, but that was scary for her for a second there. Stoked for you, Dave. Can't wait to be the page boy. Being the ring bearer will be my honor. Yeah, for real. How many Yama members are invited to this wedding? About 6 family members have said they're going to the wedding. That's awesome. Wow. That's serious commitment from the family if they're willing to travel overseas for the wedding. That's really cool, man. I'm glad to hear it. We will be there in spirit, of course. You know, this is what you do is you live stream the wedding and then I can react to that. I'll bring the wedding up. The wedding can be on the screen above me. I'll just be sitting here watching my little handkerchief crying. We're all invited. Hey! Could you imagine if the entire chat showed up to your wedding? That would be so fucking cool. Just me and Vitz King roll up like, hey, bro, we're here. Which way to the bar? That's funny. Ah, man. I'm so happy for you, though, bro. That's so great. I mean, I think the real question, though, is like, are you going to still be able to hang out with us for fighting when you're going to have a new bride, bro? I mean, is she going to be okay with you chilling, watching the fights with us? Is she going to watch the fights with you as well and become part of the chat too? We've had couples in the chat before. Shout out to Rafayuski and Bex. All right, round 2 is underway here. That'd be a rowdy party, yeah, for real. Yeah, talk about who would be looking for the bar. We know where Savage would be. My man. Didgeridoo Dave! Just have a whole bunch of people calling you Didgeridoo Dave. Like, why are they calling you that? There's a reason, trust me. All right, Bella in dominant position again. Has the seatbelt. Yeah, Bella just needs to be active here. Like, this is not a very, like, she's in a dominant position, but she's not doing much with it. It's well known that Sundays are fight days. All right, she's cool with it. Let's fucking go. You found yourself a real keeper, brother. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's awesome. I mean, who knows, man? Maybe she's going to get into fighting too. A couple that watches fights together stays together, and that's legit facts. It's one of the things I actually, you know, to be perfectly honest, I will say this. I will tell you this. It's something that concerns me as well, because if I was with a girl who was into fights, like, I don't, you know, Vitz King, Chase, like, that's all I really need on stream. Like, I wouldn't want a romantic partner to be on stream with me. I think it would change the whole dynamics of Yama. So I do worry about that. Like, I kind of worry about getting with a chick who would want to watch fights, because I'm like, it's not just me watching fights. Like, I'm also, like, you know, I'm working as well. Like, I'm on stream with the homies. It's a different thing. Like, you could watch the fights in the other room. How great would that be if I could get a chick who would want to be a mod? She'll just be in the other room in the chat. All right, Rana keeps attacking the legs. Yeah, Rana trying to work her way back in here, but Bella just continuously thwarting the advance. She's not really getting advanced positioning off of any of this. And that's why he put a ring on it. Goddamn right. I love it, dude. Love it when a plan comes together, you know. All right, they break him up. Not enough activity. Is Bella Mir bleeding out of her nose? Oh, yeah. I guess some of the activity must have caught her in the nose there. Yeah, Bella Mir with a nosebleed. You know, you're smacking your face around on your opponent's body. It's understandable. Although that's not a great look if she does decide to go over to MMA at some point. Like, you should not be bleeding that easily. All right, they are back. Oh, nice pick up and drop. Right back into the action here. Yeah, I will say that compared to the CJI, this is a lot less exciting. I'm just going to be honest about that. Well, Bellamere leaking all over Rana's back. I think that might also be sweat on the back of her shirt, back of her rash guard. So, Didgeridoo Dave, what is the timeline for all of that to happen? When is the wedding, and when is she going to be making her way to Australia to be with you over there? All right, Rana trying to get the heel hook here. This is a much closer round. I don't know who I'd say won this round. DJ plays Holler Back Girl. Is it because they are two ladies competing? A little on the nose, don't you think? Can anybody else believe that Holler Back Girl was actually like a hit song? It's such a non-song. Always thought that song was kind of whack. Thinker's insightful commentary kept me locked into that winter drive. Hey, CTE, appreciate you, bro. Glad you made it home safely. Welcome to Active Chatting. Get some W's in the chat for our boy Didgeridoo Dave, putting a ring on it out there in the Philippines. What a legitimate legend. All right, round 3. Little hug between the ladies. I still gotta. I have not heard if this Willink is of relation to Jocko. OCO Stream Hub World. What's up, bro? I have a lot to do. The spousal visa will be a lot of work, understandable. Saving money towards flights and wedding too. I hope to do it in the second half of next year. Got you, bro. Okay, cool. I like it. Get your money up. Get your bread up. Do it right. You know? Obviously, the marriage is a big life move and very important to the ladies. So you got to do it right for them. That's one time where I'm very much a proponent of giving the lady what she wants. You know, if you feel strongly enough about the woman that you're going to marry her, then you got to give her the wedding because, like, it's important to women, you know? Don't lie, Thinker. You know Holla Back Girl is your theme song. You bump in the car to get you hyphy. Because ain't no Holla Back Girl. That's me all the time. That reminds me of a great joke from Chris Rock. And if you know the one I'm talking about, you'll know why that's funny. Meat Rocket. What's up, bro? That karate combat event was freaking sick. I loved Joe. It started on time. Yeah, started on time. If you are always perpetually 4 hours late to things, it was right on time. Yeah, that was a great stream, though, man. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it in the big picture. That's the great part about streaming for these events, that something like that, like, we still had a great time. I was having a blast. Agreed, brother, will be a huge celebration for her family, too. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it will be. Does she have a big family? I know that often that is the case in that culture. There's a lot of times larger families, so it's curious. Kamala is Brett. What was that she said about coconuts? Shout out to Kamala trying to connect with the youth. Yeah, it was a Brett summer for the for the Democratic Party. Oh, good lord. They really do have like political strategists that go through the culture trying to pick out things that'll connect with the youth. How do we get through to these kids? I don't know, by having sound economic policy, you know, social policy that resonates with the people by being a populist, perhaps, giving the people what they want, which is not Brat Summer. Anyway. Meat Rocket, you're a raging baiter. Any relation to the easiest fight in the division? Ryan Bader? AKA Mark Coleman? In the Smashing Machine movie? How many of y'all have seen the Smashing Machine? Obviously, you know that myself and Chase are very invested in the Smashing Machine. Oh, Rana trying to get this heel hook here. She's really forcing it, but Bellamere looks like she's okay. She's the youngest of 5. Yeah, that's sounds about right. 3 brothers, 1 sister. Met her sister and 2 brothers, all great people. I love it, dude. That is such, man, you could not ask for better than that, dude. Like, that is exactly what you want to hear. Like, how bad is it when, like, you really love a person and there's, like, one member of their family that just, like, sucks? And you're like, fuck, dude. Now I got to deal with this guy every time that I'm with the family. Like, granted, for you, it's a little bit different if they're out of the country or whatever. But, like, I just have known a lot of times with people where that's the case, where it's like, oh, dude, this is the love of my life, but her brother is such a fucking asshole. Like, that kind of thing, you know? So I'm really happy for you, dude. Really, all around. It sounds like everything went exactly rightly for you for this. Like, I'm really happy for you, man. Could not have gone better, it sounds. In an awesome country like the Philippines, where got so much rich culture out there. 7 legs for this weekend, possibly 8. All righty, Money J. I hope you hit it all. Do not pick no distance in a women's fight, for the love of all that is holy. Haven't seen the Smashing Machine yet. Did watch Nobody 2 on the flight home. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I liked Nobody 1. I liked it, didn't love it. You know what I mean? It was like old man John Wick, which is fine. I mean, like, I like Bob Odenkirk. You know, I've been a fan of him since Mr. Show. In fact, on the big shelf over there, all 3 seasons of Mr. Show. I am a big fan of old school sketch comedy. So Mr. Show fits right in there. But yeah, I haven't seen 2 yet. I would watch it. You know, I like I said, I liked 1 enough. We are excited to Dave Chan. All right, winner by a majority decision. Bellamere gets the win. All right, Bellamere racking up another win. Not exactly a super exciting competition. Oh, it is Jocko. There he is. Bella shaking everyone's hand and sliding down the ashtray wall. Dave, any advice for a young buck? I'm closing in on 8 months with my girlfriend. Hey, CTE, thinking about getting a little bit more serious over here. Yes, Didgeridoo Dave, impart some wisdom to the youth here as far as the right way to navigate. I tried to watch the latest Mission Impossible on the flight over. It put you to sleep and didn't finish it. Yeah. I mean, all of those kinds of big budget action movies get a little samey to me. Specifically, also in the Mission Impossible series. Like, I really didn't watch anything, I think, past the second one. Again, it's something like, yeah, I would watch it. Like, I'm not going to just be like, whatever, no. But, like, I wouldn't gravitate towards it. It wouldn't be something I would seek out for sure. Lamos fight, no distance. Of course, it's really good value. Brother, when are you going to learn that value does not equal reality, though? Why would you go for the value? I mean, what, only you'd have to have the rest of your round robin hit. You're setting up your round robin for failure by going and doing that. I cannot condone this. Mia's shoulders go crazy. Yeah, she is built. She definitely is built. You can tell that she takes her weight training seriously. Yeah, her upper body in general is crazy. You can tell she has big pecs. Like, her whole torso. Got that outward arm. Looking like she smacks things out of the way when she walks. Sorry. All right. Samuel Nagai. He wants to be the guy. I want to be the guy. And who is he going up against? He's going up against Dorian Olivares. 2023 ADCC East Coast champion. I'm thinking Olivares is going to win this one. Yeah, so far, this event has not been very exciting. Just being completely honest. But still hanging out with you guys, so it's all good. They're showing all the stuff that you're going to get with Paramount Plus, and it's all like a bunch of movies that everyone has already seen. Like, if Gladiator is a movie that would appeal to you, you have already seen Gladiator. You know what I mean? Like, they're showing Gladiator, they're showing a couple other movies that, like, you know, like Mission Impossible was one that they showed. Like, if these movies appeal to you, you've probably already seen them. Let's see. So, Didgeridave's advice: CTE, the obvious things. Be loyal, treat her well, help out, be good to her family and your own. It's nearly impossible to say, mate, because everyone has circumstances, but I'd say trust your gut. I think that that is perfect advice, personally. If I could add anything on. You know, the only thing that I would say is, like, that if, not that you asked me, but if I could add any piece to it, is just to always know your own value as well. Don't let anybody walk all over you in any facet of your life, you know, relationships or otherwise. So, you know, if she starts getting a little bit overbearing, you talk that through, you know, you work that through. But that's really it, aside from what Didgeridoo David said. I mean, that's really all the main things. Be loyal, treat her well, help out. I mean, these are all pretty standard things and exactly the right advice. So I like it. In exciting news for me, I passed, Jesus Christ, what? I had a frog in my throat there. I passed finals today. One more semester until registration exams. My man! Brother! Love to see it. Hold on here. You know, I should have done this earlier, and it takes a little bit of setup, so bear with me for just a moment. But it has to happen. It has to happen over here, considering all of the great things that we have seen happening with the chat today. Gotta do it. Gotta hit The siren for Didgeridoo Dave. Siren for CTE and the exam pass. Applause all around. Congratulations, gentlemen. Both fronts. And, of course, the choir of angels singing your praises. Good job, guys. Good job all around. Congratulations, CTE. That's a big life step. Those are great parameters. I will have that in the back of my head. Appreciate you guys. Hey, dude, absolutely. Are you thinking about popping the question, CTE? Is that how serious it is getting? Are you at the point that you are comfortable spending the rest of your life? And don't get it twisted. I don't want to hear any of this modern bullshit. If you're proposing, you got to be 10,000% sure that this is a forever thing. Never go into a marriage half-cocked, my guy. There is no half-stepping when it comes to marriage. But are you ready? Are you thinking that this is it? Are you thinking that this is the one, your true love forevermore? If so, that's a big step. CTE, I didn't do biology. Oh, you didn't. Biology was your only final class. I passed off my grade prior. Damn, Sigma, not passing your classes, bro. Come on, man. You got to get in there harder, bro. You got to be hitting those books, my guy. Either that or take your combat sports career a lot more seriously. You know, you pick a lane, but either way, stay at it, bro. Get in there, get passing. Oh, you did pass, just not the finals. Okay. All right. Well, no way I'm proposing soon, but 8 months without a single hiccup is a very positive sign. I like it. All right, good. When I also like that you're pacing it, you know? You're taking it slow, you're not rushing into anything. Good deal. Keep it going. Always keep your eyes out for any red flags, but if no red flags present themselves, then don't make any problems that aren't there. That's always how I approach it. I'm always conscious of my surroundings when it comes to that, but until there's a problem, then there are no problems. And I try not to make problems myself. She doesn't own a snake? Bro, you are off to a great start then. All right, Andy Varela versus Robbie Moloff. Robbie Moloff, I believe a Jewish gentleman. Saw a Star of David around his neck earlier. But right now, 10th Planet is in the dominant position here. Andy Varela. You passed the class, just not the final. All right, well, all I'm saying is, study hard, bro. It's important in life. Helps out a lot later on. Get good grades. Be a better man in the future. Or you can continue fighting, and that's also just as good. But a harder life thereafter once your career is over. So my point is, always be conscious of your life navigation, even if you're young, especially if you're young. Because trust, if there's anything that I can tell you with 100% certainty, it goes a lot faster than you think. Trust, I remember being your age, and it doesn't feel that long ago. Now, granted, I drank a lot of those years away, so there's probably a lot that I don't remember. All right. Robbie Maloff has been on the ground a whole bunch, not doing much to advance position here. Again, this is another kind of boring competition. I really feel like the CJI competitions were a lot more exciting. I'm trying to get good grades, and luckily I have no school until January 12th, and I can lock in on striking and BJJ. I love it. Good plan. Definitely lock in. Get your striking up, my guy. Get those hands. Maybe a hot take, but gi jiu-jitsu is so much more fun to watch normally. I don't even know if that is really that hot a take, honestly. I would think that there's probably some legit merit to that. I have never watched a gi competition. Maybe I'd have to find one of those. Watch one of those sometime. That'd be fun. Hopefully. Now I only have two things to deal with, martial arts and the job. I appreciate it, my man. Do that. The job, if it's a job you want to advance in, then yeah, I guess take it somewhat seriously. But, always keep the job in perspective at your age. Really be putting your focus more in what you want to do in life. I know that maybe that's a hot take. Some people would say that that's a hot take. But for me personally, I've always been of the mindset that if you know what you want out of life, always be putting more of your resources into that than any other thing. When I was really thinking that I was going to be a writer and, my television writing career was what I really wanted, that was where all of my resources went. After I kind of pivoted into YouTube, most of my resources are always in YouTube. I'm always thinking about being on stream or getting videos out, actively brainstorming for the next Yam episode right now. So I guess that's what my advice is. Whatever thing that you think is going to be your thing, navigate towards that more strongly than anything else so that you can achieve what you want in life, because you can achieve anything that you want in life. So I'm told anyway. I don't know if I've always necessarily agreed with that, but still want to be positive. I know it can be harder to understand what's going on, but they're almost always doing cool shit. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I would be down to watch it. I've never actually watched a full-on gi competition. No gi is home. It's all I train. Well, I think that's what most people who want to fight, in mixed martial arts, if they want to be mixing the martial arts, I think almost everybody fights gi or trains no gi. Excuse me, that's what I meant. Yeah, I don't think a lot of high level mixed martial artists are doing gi, or if they are, it's they're doing it in addition to everything else. You know what I mean? I would doubt that gi is a strong base in mixed martial arts. No gi is way more active. Fair. I don't know if it's always more active, but I can see the training enjoyment side of things. That I could definitely see. I'm sure that there's a lot more as an active participant in that. Hey, Nav, what's good, brother? Wanna now indeed. Chama, my guy. Good to see you, bro. How you doing? I don't know if you knew this, but 1 times 1 equals 2. Were you aware of this fact? This hard and true fact. The great philosophers of our time, the great mathematicians of our time, the great scientists of our time could not understand this fact, but Terrence Howard, he's the man with the knowledge. Gi is a way worse base for MMA because it encourages an acceptance of bottom position way more. Yeah, I would think so. That, and also, I would think that the skills are not as transferable because you don't have the gi to grab onto in MMA. Too late in the day for MMA Howard math. Yeah, you have to be right. You have to be right at the beginning of the day, fresh faced for that. All right, I'm really going to lock in here to try to understand what the fuck you're talking about. What is this dumb shit, and how can I understand it better? We need to get Donald Cowboy Cerrone on the case. Nuts out for BJJ, by the way. Round 2. I mean, Malov is just getting dominated in this competition here. I think they're saying that Malov has a something compromising one of his hands and they wouldn't let him tape it. Oh yeah, he's like holding his hand shut. Oh yeah, this dude is like dead in the water if he can't use one of his hands. Like what the fuck? Are you kidding me? There's a guy who can't use one of his hands in a BJJ competition? He's not going to do anything. He should just fucking call the match. This is dumb. Damn, I wonder if anybody knew about that. That was easy money right there. Also, maybe I should be proposing now she's fallen in love with MMA. Her favorite fighter is Vologden. That's deep. That's deep lore. That's a deep knowledge of MMA. She's watching the Contender Series with you? Bro. I don't know, bro. She might be a keeper, my guy. Well, this is the big question, though, CTE. How often is she watching Yama with you? I mean, this is pivotal. This is really kind of crucial. Dom wants the match continued. Yo, facts. Facts, Nav. A fighter with 2 broken legs can't get leg lock submitted. I mean, yeah, I guess if they're already broken, you can't break what already is broken, right? If you had a broken leg and somehow was able to keep your mouth shut so that you did not verbally submit, that would be kind of wild. These guys are both emoting on each other right now, which you'd think would be entertaining, but really is not in active BJJ competition. One dude is dancing. This guy's throwing pocket sand. They're hand jiving at each other. This is just kind of dumb. She definitely would, but I don't know if she's ready for Yama chat. Understandable, bro. If she has any level of innocence left in her, then the chat is a dangerous place. But just know that she would be welcomed with open arms in the chat. I would make sure of that. But either way, I mean, the fact that she is even in the conversation in that regard, good sign. She's passing all the tests. No snake, down with Yama. Vologden is her favorite fighter. I mean, she's checking all the boxes, bro. Leave her alone with Rick Allen for 24 hours. That's trial by fire. Rick Allen would just be trying to steal your girl the whole time. 24 hours of, why are you with that guy? Well, this is certainly the goofiest match that we've seen all night. Now that's how we cause a hiccup. Bro, if Rick Allen was the reason that your relationship fell apart, that would be tragic. that would be devastating. Unless he got longer hair and more tattoos, I'm probably safe. Definite facts, bro. Rick Allen is 5'2". Rick Allen is not stealing anybody's girl. Plus, he's on the other side of Canada, right? You're not near Toronto. Rick Allen would have to travel to you and then try to fight you. You're the final boss of that relationship. He ain't passing that test. Are they going to continue this match? Is this guy really going to keep going with the hand compromised? Oh, it popped out in the match. Okay, yeah. His finger popped out of its joint when he... Let's see the isolated replay here. All right, hand is locked. Oh, this is afterwards. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. His finger got dislocated and he put it back into place. Yes, Dom Cruz would definitely be saying, keep this thing going. All right. He is still going. Brother is not out of it. Round 3 has started. Bro is trying to get traction with his hand balled up. Rick Allen hit like unemployed truck brother. I mean, you do always have to be worried about getting chinned. Anywhere you go, he could be lurking. Gonna have to see if my mid Muay Thai holds up. I would be very confident that you'd be able to win that fight. I have no active training whatsoever, and I'd be confident in myself in that fight. Yeah, I appreciate this announcer saying, dude, like, finish this fight. That would be the way more entertaining thing to do than over here emoting for the crowd. Like, just win the competition. Bro is out here covering mouth right now. They're showing the finger pop. Yeah, they showed it earlier. I thought they were going to show the slow motion of it. But basically, he just bashed his fingers into dude's, like, thigh and his index finger. It was only dislocated very temporarily, but still, I mean, a dislocation is a dislocation. Your body does not like that. And there really are people who would say, oh, well, if it popped back into place, then it couldn't have been that bad. Like, are you fucking kidding me? He tapped? All right, that's the end, I guess. Yeah, this event kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. I couldn't imagine like really being a big fan of this. His whole finger will spasm post dislocation, so props to him for continuing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, understandable that he was not going to win this thing. It was kind of a foregone conclusion. I thought that they had said that he had a dislocation prior to the match, but no, it happened in the match. Yeah, and he verbally tapped. You can see him saying tap. Tap, 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 tap. That sucks for that guy. R.I.P. to our Jewish king. All right, Justin Bernard's going to announce this thing. Get Dean Thomas off commentary. Hate this guy's takes? Really? I've always thought Dean has some pretty good takes, at least on the UFC broadcasts. He's only in there for a little bit. And generally when he comes on, I do agree with the basic ideas that he's putting forth. I've never personally had a problem with Dean Thomas. Plus, I got to meet him in Tampa. He was very nice, very gracious. Took a picture with him. A picture that you can see on the Yama Instagram at Yama Show. Finger submission, legit. Winner by finger submission. All right, we've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back on the other side of this for more heart-stopping, adrenaline-pumping BJJ action. So, give me a moment and we will return very quickly. So, don't go away. BRB. All right, we are back. Let's see. What did I miss? It's such surface level analysis. I feel like he misses important details in the UFC broadcast. Well, that's the whole thing, is though he's only coming in for very specific points, though. He's only coming in to give you like a very pointed piece of analysis on the UFC broadcast, which I think is actually probably the most effective use of him. But, you know, everybody's got their preferences with that. He's the best MMA fighter from Delaware. That I believe. That's probably a me problem, though. If I'm getting an expert coach opinion, I want something I could see myself. Okay, you know, fair enough there. You are certainly entitled to your opinion. Oliveira's is good. All right. He's going up against Nagai. Whoa. Nagai emoting. Doing an anime animation. Ooh. Late breaking news here, folks. Chase Parton coming into the Discord. UFC Fight Pass will cut ties with 5 regional promotions. The 5 include LFA, United MMA, Lux Fight League, Samurai MMA, and UAE Warriors. LFA, God, that's crazy. LFA graduates so many fighters to the UFC. That's wild. That's actually big news. Yeah, they might be getting rid of Fight Pass, everybody. I mean, not no more LFA, just no more LFA on Fight Pass. But it is going to be interesting to see where all of those promotions go. We were just having that conversation in the Discord. That's crazy. That is big news. Yeah, that's wild. I'm just kind of processing that. Their amateur belt is top 2 amateur belts. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, LFA graduates a lot of active talent to the UFC. So that is very wild that they would cut ties with them. That's what makes me wonder, like, where they're going. Like, did they have a better deal somewhere? You know, somebody else that wants that business. You know, the regional promotions, it's its own level of interest. So there might be another broadcaster that might want them. Them and KSW is your other big one. I can see that. KSW, LFA, I'd say CFFC is up there. Cage Warriors to an extent. A couple of good guys out of Cage Warriors. Ryzen, you know, if you want to get to that level. But I think Ryzen might be a little bit step above that. One championship. But yeah, I mean, those I don't think you really count those in the same way that you count U.S. regional promotions. Still want to watch Combate Global. Campbell McLaren's promotion that he's working with down in South America. Oh, uh-oh. Heel hook attempt for Nagai. Yeah, this is definitely a better competition here. These guys are going for it. Cage Warriors can be good. Can be, at times. Seems like they're too low level of Cage Warriors and their prospects aren't tested enough, but they're by their UFC debuts. Yeah, well, that's going to be a problem in a lot of regional promotions. Oh, yeah, knee bar. Potential knee bar for Nagai. Gets out of it. Olivares. Oh, headbutt. Oh, eye poke. Eye pokes and BJJ? We can't escape them anywhere. They're talking about it on the broadcast. Eye pokes are something that have been going on in the UFC. Yeah, no shit. Was this the Pena Harrison ref? Yes, Vitor Ribeiro? I believe so. Yeah, Vitor Ribeiro has refed in the UFC a number of times. BJJ eye poke in the chat on the event feed. That's pretty funny. All right, head to head they go. Locking up the hands, fighting the hands. And they tie up. All right. Olivares trying to level change. Nothing doing. They are still head to head, forehead to forehead. Oh, Nagai tries to drop, gets the single leg. Extends the leg. Nice. Oh, nice trip. Got the trip. On top now. I'm sure there's a blind BJJ master out there somewhere who needs eyes in BJJ. Yes, you have to sense where your opponent is. Maybe blindfolded BJJ is like a training technique. You put on this blindfold and feel your way through the competition. Yes, master. Yes, professor. All right. Olivares. Ooh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Nagai can turn that into the omoplata. Well, no, not anymore. Oh, Olivares pushing both legs back. Nagai beckoning him into the guard, basically. Olivares. Oh, another potential omoplata from that position. Good move by Olivares. Hey, John Dong, how are you doing? What's going on, brother? How are ya? Yep, heel hook possibility for Nagai. I think Nagai has had the better looks in this round. Doing good. How about you, brother? I am doing so good. I don't know if you are aware, but Yelling About Mixed Martial Arts has been accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, so we are celebrating that with some generally mid-level excitement in BJJ competition. But it's been fun. Always fun hanging out with you guys. I mean, I don't care what we're doing. I always have a good time. Love watching someone with an active guard. I agree. That can definitely be exciting. It's the active guard plus how their opponent reacts to it and then what their reaction to the reaction is. You know what I mean? It's like the active guard is like a two-step process in my estimation. Like if you have the active guard starting, then what's your opponent going to do in the reaction, and then what do you use that to get to the to your next position? What's the next position going to be? Really, congrats. Yes, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. As I have said many times, it is really off the strength of the chat, off the strength of the viewers and the subscribers that made it happen. So I really do appreciate everything that you guys bring to the equation here, because it means the world to me. So we're going to be able to send donos on YouTube now. Should be, yes, soon. There was some stuff on the back end as far as setting up the account goes that's going to make it be a little bit of time before super chats and those kind of things are going to be possible. But somebody's mouth guard got dislodged. But yes, eventually super chats and channel memberships will be an option. So appreciate the interest in that. As always, all of the content on this channel will always remain free of charge. There will be premium options as well, but all of the core content, the meat and potatoes, will always be free of charge around here. Yeah, if it's not balanced, you just get Oliveira spamming omoplatas versus Gamrot and him just being puzzled. Yeah, true. All right, Nagai stretching out. That active guard is definitely back again. This is the third time that Nagai has had his legs banana splitted. Yeah, talk about flexibility indeed. Dean Thomas talking about that. You can see the flexibility on display here. Good Lord, this guy rolling around like a rubber man. Oh, armbar attempt again. Nope, nothing doing. Olivares, good awareness from Olivares. Yeah, this is definitely a better match than what we've seen tonight. Yeah, you can definitely tell the guy is super comfortable off of his back. This guy he has been beckoning Olivares into positions left and right. I mean, this dude lives with his legs behind his head. All right, ass to face for a moment there. I need to send you a video I listened to earlier about why modern movies aren't good and why many filmmakers are relying on pushing out unoriginal work like sequels, remakes, etc. Yeah, by all means, send it over. I mean, I don't know what the video says, but I can tell you one thing that I know for a fact. It's the studios that are doing that a lot. It's not necessarily the filmmakers that don't want to be original. It's the fact that the studios don't want to take chances. Why would I take risks on original work when I could go with something that is tried and true, remake it for the 800th time, do it for a budget that's not crazy, and get a couple $1 million off of it? You know, it's a pretty easy to understand formula. But I am certainly down to watch the video, so by all means, send it over, and I will give it my attention. He keeps pulling his own toes on the floor. Yes, you're very right about that. You just saw it there a second ago. He like curls his fingers into his toes. Crazy hamstring flexibility for how explosive he is. Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely tell that. I mean, this guy, like, you know, full splits are like nothing to this dude. This guy could be hitting splits waking up in the morning. Fresh out of bed. Just gets out of bed and drops immediately into a full split. He is full splitting before he has his morning coffee. But I mean, the thing is, in this round, is it really like as effective? Because he's been obviously very comfortable off of his back, but I think that Olivares has been having the better of the exchanges because, like, this round, he's not been actively getting towards any submissions with this bottom action. Like, Olivares has been, moving actively, trying to get himself into better advances. Like, I think that Nagai's comfort off of his back is not working to his benefit as much as it was in the first round. Doesn't even turn to face the guy. He just inverts. Yeah. Yeah, the effectiveness of his movement is definitely on display, but you're seeing north-south choke right now. I mean, that looks pretty good. I don't know if that's actually going to get the sub, but Olivares in the position for it. He's only got one arm locked there. It's kind of like a downward Von Flue almost. Yeah, there you go. Now he's got it locked a little better. Oh. Okay, there you go. That doesn't look bad. That hand is looking a little tappy. Ah, he made it. Damn. And that's what happens, though. It's like if you're actively on your back all the time, your opponent's going to find the looks. Like, they're going to see where the entries are and be able to figure out the next move. And that's exactly what Olivares did. So shout out to him. Toe guard. Yeah, exactly. He was pulling active toe guard like a legitimate champion. What you said is true, but he also makes an interesting point I never really thought about. Basically, nowadays, people rely so much on their phones for entertainment and less people go to theaters. That is true. So in order for studios to make money, they need to release work that already has a built-in audience. I mean, yeah, that kind of goes to the same point that I was making. But, I mean, either way, though, like, if you... It's okay, it's kind of the same... It's kind of the same argument I make about content in general. Like, if you make a high quality film, it will find its audience. So, like, make a good movie that appeals to people, has characters that are either relatable or compelling, or both, and it will be a success. Like, promote it properly. That's the other thing. Promote the film properly. I think that that's the fundamental flaw of a lot of more close to original works that I've seen lately. If you take The Smashing Machine for an example, now granted, that is also an adaptation and based on true events, etc., not an entirely original work, but it's closer to original than, Hellraiser 7 or whatever. If you take something like that, you also have to make it a compelling story. You got to make it something that people actually want to be entertained by and have some type of interest in and some relatability and stuff. I think that there were a lot of flaws with The Smashing Machine that do inform the conversation that we're having here. So, I mean, the point that he makes is definitely not wrong, but a built-in fan base only goes so far. And I think that, like, really, it can kind of cut both ways because, like, goddamn, you're talking about flexibility. This is ridiculous. This dude he was head down on the mat, neck backwards in a teepee for a second there. This guy, Nagai, his flexibility is ridiculous. What I was saying about the fan base is it cuts both ways because, like, I am a fan of The Lion King, all right? Like, I love The Lion King. I think it's one of the greatest animated films ever made. When they started doing all of those live action remakes or whatever you want to consider that with the new animation, the remade Lion King, I looked at it, thought it looked like the ugliest garbage ever seen on film, and I would never watch it. So having a built-in fan base did not work for this guy. You know what I mean? Michelle Pajeda will do toe guard round 2 when he's too gassed to continue. Nav, big facts. I mean, if he's hunched over, he's kind of down there already. Why not grab the toes? I mean, I'm telling you, Nagai is letting this fight slip only by showing off this amazing flexibility. Like, Olivares he's doing the better work throughout the entirety of this fight. Like, last round was definitely his, and this one right now is also looking like it's going to be his too. Oh, This is better for Nagai. Better position. Almost has Olivares in the guard. But Olivares wise to all of this. North-south choke. North-south chokes are fake. Never doubt it. Never in doubt. Okay. I'm shocked he chose not to use the wall to cartwheel pass or something. I mean, he could be doing all kinds of other stuff, but I don't think that Nagai is being active enough with this crazy flexibility to be much of a threat right now. Like, he certainly could get a little bit more active and turn it into a quick trap kind of, Jesus Christ, a quick trap kind of situation, but it just doesn't, like right there, what he just was doing now, where he was like legs behind his head while Olivares was on the other side of him, like that, there's no threat there. He's being flexible for the sake of flexibility. Okay, now there you go. Oh, he almost had the triangle for a second. Olivares wise to that as well. I wonder what Eddie Bravo would think of this strat. I mean, we did have a dude in the last competition who was from 10th Planet. All Olivares has tried to do is pin the knee and slide by, and it hasn't worked once. Yeah, I mean that's the detriment of Olivares, is that like he's been given a lot of opportunities that I don't think he's taken advantage of, but at the same time Nagai is not doing anything from the bottom that's actually advancing him either. So it's kind of it's interesting, it's exciting to watch, but it's not really leading towards a finish, I would say. And we've got 40 seconds left in this fight now. Like, I think that Olivares could probably have attacked the arms a couple of times. Like, you've got this dude's legs behind his head. You can transition to the side, try to cinch up the arm, maybe go for an arm bar, pull that back into a Kimura, possibly. But it's kind of hard when this dude is rolling as good as he is, because you can tell that, like, obviously this guy is a slippery fish when it comes to getting out of bad positions. All right, that'll be the end of it. Oh, for guard passing you were talking about? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But that's what I'm saying, though, is like, even if he is passing guard effectively, like, what's it leading towards? Yeah, like, he had that single leg takedown and then, like, couldn't drive that through. I wonder if Nagai is a gi player. He doesn't sweep, and he only really tries for wrist grips, no elevation. Could be. Nice little power bomb stack there. Just pure Venus flytrap style. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. But he didn't end up using the legs effectively enough to make the Venus flytrap, like, really a thing in this fight. I would say 2-1 Olivares. Yeah. There you go. UD win for Olivares. Good deal. You're going to do one championship streams. I know they're pretty early. I think tomorrow is 8:30 a.m. Just trying to think of substitutes while no UFC for weeks. No, that's Chase's world, the one championship early streams. I don't want to be treading. Hey, Hoist Gracie there. The OG. Got to give a shout out to OG Hoist. But yeah, no, Chase does his streams of the one championship early cards, and generally I'm working on Fridays, so probably not those, but I would do one championship for their later streams, their night streams. So go hang out with Chase. Make sure that you're subscribed to Chase Parton's channel, youtube.com/@CPSmalls. But yes, trust, there will be plenty going on the channel while there is no UFC. Trust that that is the truth. I might do a video about Fight Pass coming up here because things are not looking good for Fight Pass right now. Did you see Holland versus Neal for the Houston Fight Night? Yes, I did. Actually, somebody earlier in the chat mentioned it. I like the matchup. I think it's not an easy dub for Kevin Holland, but I think Kevin Holland can win that fight. He's faster. He's craftier. Jeff Neal is very, he's very heavy on his feet. Like, he's not a very dynamic fighter. He's strong. He's definitely a good striker, but Kevin Holland, take it to the ground. I think he can do it. I think he gets the job done in that fight, which is rare because, you know, I'm always the guy saying Kevin Holland is such a wild card. You never know what version of him is coming into the fight, but I do think that Kevin Holland probably wins that one. But hopefully Jeff Neal wins it. I like Jeff Neal. But, you know, he's just not very dynamic in there. He's kind of stiff, I would say. Did you see the voice actor of Sheen from Jimmy Neutron passed? No, I did not. Pretty sad. I don't know if you watched a lot of it, but Sheen was the GOAT on the show. Yes, no, I'm certainly familiar with Jimmy Neutron, and yeah, I know the character. What happened? That is sad. No, yeah. Oh, that does suck. I also am aware of the show Planet Sheen, which was the spin-off show about that character. So, yeah, what happened? That is sad. That's very sad, actually. He was a voice actor that has done other work as well. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron voice actor. Let's see here. Jeff Garcia, voice actor on Jimmy Neutron, dead at 50. 50 years old. God damn, dude. 50. Ah, that sucks. Let's see here. What does it say? He was a unique soul. His son broke the news. Leaving behind a family as well. That's terrible. He was a father, son, uncle, cousin, brother, but most of all, he was my best friend. Good Lord. Breaks my heart. I guess they're not saying exactly what happened here. Yeah, they're not releasing a Oh, hold on. Yeah, they are, I guess. Although Jeff's cause of death has yet to be revealed, TMZ reported on Wednesday that the voice actor was hospitalized after having difficulty breathing on December 8th. His lungs reportedly collapsed a day later. Oh, good Lord. The outlet added Jeff had a stroke a few weeks before being hospitalized for pneumonia. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace. 50 years old. That's really heartbreaking. That sucks. Life is short. The same Kevin Holland that got dropped by D-Rod. I guess you are correct about that. That is a good point. But D-Rod didn't really try to use his BJJ very much in that fight. I don't know. Actually, that kind of is a good point, CTE. Because, yeah, D-Rod is all of the things that I just listed off about Jeff Neal. But he was a little bit more dynamic, I want to say, in that fight. Or at least he had a good stick-to-itiveness. You're kind of cooking, though. You're kind of cooking on that. I don't know. So what do you think? You think Jeff Neal is going to take that fight? You mean D-Rod future champ? D-Rod future champ if we can find him. Where is D-Rod? Are the rumors true? I've been holding off on making a video about that, but the rumors of D-Rod being in jail in Mexico have not gone away. Where is Daniel Rodriguez? Bro starts a rap career, and this is what happens. Still have not been able to find his music. I've been looking for D-Rod's song. I want to hear his bars. Hey, Hanato Canuto. That's a name I know. Oh, that's Mr. Mr. Raquel. The title run starts as soon as his prison sentence ends. Let's go. But what is the reality, though? I want to know the truth. I mean, the rumors are just rumors as far as I know, but like, what is the actual reality? Because if he was arrested in the United States, I think we would know about it. But that still leaves the question, what is going on with Mr. Rodriguez? All right, Renato Canuto versus Alan Sanchez. Sanchez is another 10th Planet guy. No sign of Mr. Bravo on property. Unless I've just missed him. Oh, there he is. Never mind. My bad. He is there. I did just miss him. They haven't isolated him on camera, but Eddie Bravo is in attendance, sporting his new look of bald head and white goatee. If he got arrested in a foreign country, we probably wouldn't know about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, if he got arrested in the United States, we would know about it, but in a foreign country, we probably won't. But that leads the question, what is going on? Why was he arrested, if that is the truth? No activity on social media. Where is our guy D-Rod? And if he's arrested and being held in a foreign country, then I hope he's okay, considering that I have heard foreign country prison is not a place you want to be. In fact, there was an entire season of the show Prison Break all about Panama jail, and it was not very pleasant looking. All right, Canuto jumps guard immediately. Oh, trying to go for the leg. All right, Canuto back to his feet. Sanchez trying to get the legs himself. He is on his butt. Canuto trying to sweep the leg. Oh, there he gets the one leg, pulls him up. Oh, there's the cartwheel you were looking for in the last match. Half guard here. Or excuse me, side control, my mistake. I have heard in Thai jail you use the food they give you to attract cockroaches, then catch the cockroach and eat it. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is the actual food? Is it even actually edible for human beings? That's wild. If there's any legitimacy in that, that's really crazy. Renato Canuto has a whole lot of downward triangles on his leg. I guess that's a tribal. Interesting tribal choice. It's just like, go down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. He's just spamming the down button on his left leg. I don't know, but I'd starve first. I mean, if the choice is either starve or live for a long time in Thai jail, I think I know what I'm choosing. Kanoto keeping good control here, but trying to work his way into something. Certainly position over submission right now. Chiesa shouting out Fight Pass like that thing's going to be sticking around for a while. We don't know. We don't know if Fight Pass is going to be lasting for any length of time. Now that 5 organizations, including LFA, are no longer going to be on Fight Pass. That's so crazy. Oh, uh-oh. Hey. Has the choke, or had it. All right. Yep, Darce is avoided. Sanchez trying to isolate the leg. A little high on the crotch, but he does look like he's got it. Yep, okay. Rolls through. Yeah, trying to do a modified calf slicer. Oh. Has the stretch. Oh, yeah. Canuto had the foot for a second there. Doesn't. Neither guy gets it. All right, they are back out. It's a good round. This is actually pretty active on both sides. Both have had chances. I'd say that Canuto is taking it. All right, that's round 1. Not bad. Good activity. Good attempts on both sides. Do. Well, Black Sabbath. When in doubt, just race the other guy to the locked in calf slicer. I like it. I don't know if I've ever seen a calf slicer successfully completed in BJJ. Saw a calf slicer in MMA, but I don't watch enough BJJ competitions. I don't think I've ever actually seen one pulled off effectively. Saw Mike Davis try to get one on Perez Zayam. Pretty crazy. Perez Zayam able to withstand that calf slicer that looked pretty devastating. And I believe I saw Chase Hooper get one. I saw a girl combine it with an RNC in UFC BJJ. Really? Wow. Oliveira got one in the UFC? Hell yeah. Of course he did. All right. Sanchez back to the floor. All right, now half guard for Canuto. chest to chest here. See what Canuto's going to do with this. I mean, Sanchez is allowing these exchanges by going down as quickly as he is. I mean, he's a little too comfortable off of his back, I would say. I'll find it and send it in the Discord. Yeah, definitely. I would love to see that. I mean, I probably saw it. I probably saw it when it happened. Unless it was like a long, long time ago. But it would have to be a long, long time ago. Like OG run. Hey, Chairway. How's it going, bro? What is good, my guy? I don't know if you can say that. I don't know if you get the pass, my friend. But either way, how you doing, brother? Are you enjoying these mildly entertaining BJJ competitions? Omega Strikers is harder than I thought it would be, I'm sure. Yeah, Omega Strikers is a game that it's the exact type of game that I love. It is easy to understand and get the basic hang of. It is very hard to master. Have you been forwarding or have you been playing goal? Because if you need goaltending tips, I can probably give you some of those, but forwarding I am really not great at. The biggest tip that I could ever give you in Omega Strikers is learn how to effectively hold your shots. Because your instinct is to always immediately hit the core. When you hold and readjust position, that is the biggest tip I could give. Know when and how to hold your shots. Position is everything in that game. This is better positioning for Sanchez now. You're playing goal? Yeah, hold your shot. And for me anyway, the way that I play, always have a master that has ranged attack. So I always go for Kai. I go for Drac. Drac is my main. Mako. Yeah, that's pretty much my order at this point. I'm Drac main, Kai is my secondary, Mako is my third backup. I'll fuck around with Luna every once in a while, and I love playing Estelle goal, but she is just too weak for goaltending at high level competition. It's Pyre mixed with Disc Jam. I gotta check those games out then, because I love Omega Strikers, but the community is very toxic. I actually just last night yeeted the Discord. I am fucking done with the dorks in that Discord. Fuck those dorky bitches. All those shit-talking bastards in-game who hide behind the mods in the Discord can go fuck themselves. I am not playing that game anymore. And when I say that game, I mean the Discord specifically. I will still be playing Omega Strikers. Just fuck the people who play it. Except for like 10 people. Disc Jam is dead online and Pyre is couch co-op. Alright then. Well, that doesn't help me at all then. Let it rip. Yeah, dude. Oh, I let it rip. I very rarely tweet about that kind of stuff, but if you check my personal Twitter, you'll see I had some very pointed words for the Omega Strikers devs, considering that I've been playing that game since beta. Like, I am as big a supporter of that game as you are ever going to get. I played the beta of Bite Breakers, which is Odyssey Interactive's next endeavor. Did not like it, would not support it, but still was supporting the devs. Like, I have been about as big a supporter of Odyssey as you can be. And for their fucking dumbass mods to act the way that they act, Anybody can act however they want in game, but then if you say anything about it outside a game, they just run and hide behind the mods. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, I got opinions about that. Only game on my new phone is Sudoku. Probably better off, Didgeridoo Dave. Didgeridoo Dave, you don't have time for games, brother. You've got a woman to take care of. Hey, Beeb. Rick Allen has two dads. I am toying around with possibly having a Rick Allen has two dads t-shirt in the Yama merch store. How many of you would buy the Rick Allen has two dads t-shirt? You were a supporter while Sam Alvey walks amongst the living. That is very true. That is very, very true. R.I.P. to Sam Alvey. Still so concussed that he was defending the referee in his karate combat match. Oh. R.I.P. to the legend. Shout out to Smiling Sam, though. That dude is the man. Just dropped in to drop a like and show some love. Beeb, appreciate you always. If you haven't heard, for all of you guys just joining the chat, Yelling About Mixed Martial Arts has been accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, and that is all based on your support. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means the world to me, and we are going to be rolling out so much more new stuff coming in 2026. So keep your eyes on the channel always. You are always appreciated around here. It means the world to me. Bumper stickers? Okay, got you. I don't know about a t-shirt, but a bumper sticker? Okay. All right. I'm internalizing this feedback. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll do a pack of bumper stickers and it'll have like the Yama logo and then like the Rick Allen has two dads, and we can put it out as like a set. 3 bumper stickers for, you know, whatever they cost. Took me a minute, but I found it. It's in the Discord server now. Got you. Appreciate you, CTE. I'll check that out. What is the partner program? That is what you need to be in to be able to monetize your channel. So we are finally going to be able to be bringing in a little bit of cash from all of this content that we put out on the channel. Is your buddy partner retarded, or am I just contrarian? No, he's not retarded. He just has strong opinions, and sometimes they're not correct. No. In fact, quite the opposite. Chase is one of the smartest young people that I've ever worked with, really. Chase is very intelligent. You know, he just has a different set of things he looks for and likes in MMA. So, you know, again, everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if they're wrong. I guess it makes for good debate. Exactly. Yeah, most definitely. It's just the one thing that I will say, if I do have criticism of Chase when we get into those debates, is that, like, we can't keep them going forever. We end up in these debates that, like, go on for, like, 10 minutes, and it's like, bro, we got to keep the show moving here, you know? But, no, other than that, I love it. I think it's great. That's awesome. Yeah, appreciate it, Didgeridoo Dave. As I said, it's all because of you guys' support. So thank you very much for all of the support over these 2 years that we have been doing Yama. Coming up on the 2-year anniversary. Might be an Ezekiel. Yeah, it looks like it could be. I don't know if he has enough top-down pressure because of the angle of his body, though. Yeah, he abandoned it. That was good work by Sanchez to angle his body so that the Ezekiel couldn't get locked up. I heard him trying to cope with you being right for like 10 or 15 minutes and I tapped out. Fair enough. You know, people are like that's one of the reasons why, like, when we get into those big long debates, like, eventually I have to just be like, all right, we got to move on, because, like, we're both really stubborn. So it's like, if we start butting heads, we're just going to keep going in circles for a really long time. My favorite sub? Yeah, no, it is. The Ezekiel choke is a goated sub. That's why when Volkov got one in the UFC, I was like, he really is showing major improvements. Shout out to Alexander Volkov getting an Ezekiel choke. You said the same shit he said before the fight? Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that's what I was trying to impart to him is like you're kind of going hard on a guy that's like still early in his career, but his point too was that oh he's not active enough. And I'm like I guess, I mean, how many times do you need to be fighting in a year? It's fights twice a year. I mean, yeah, that's maybe you want to get 3 times in a year, but like I think twice a year is not bad. Not compared to some people. Yeah, that cartwheel pass was nice. It's kind of a noob stomper sub, though. Like, it seems impossible to defend when you first see it. Fair. Absolutely. Lick Peyton's stripper pole. I mean, Frank Ocean has a monopoly on that one. Something tells me nobody's tried to Ezekiel to Avasa in the gym. I would say that that is very, very fair an assumption. All right, Hanato Canuto gets the win. Well deserved. I am going to be perfectly honest. I've said it before, but these competitions are nowhere near as exciting as the CJI was. We've seen like one finish tonight. Like, where are the submissions in the UFC? Chase saying if he should pat Peyton's ass over a couple of takedowns. I mean, I don't like. It's hard to say. Like, absolutely, he should. Well, I mean, you know, he probably should, and Peyton would probably be cool with it. So, you know, everybody gets what they need out of that. But like, yeah, I mean, again, I think he makes like certain points that are like you can see the logic in them, but like I don't know. Like, I mean, it's very weird. Like, it was an odd hill to die on. I thought he gets this extremely dominant win. Now, granted, I was the one saying that Henry Cejudo is, you know, he's not it anymore. Like he doesn't have it anymore. So I can see saying, oh, you know, you beat Henry Cejudo on his way out. Whatever, that doesn't count as much. But I'm like, Henry tried in the fight though, and he's only been dropped one other time. He's like, oh well, he didn't finish him. You know, if you're a young stud, if you're the next world ender, you got to be out here finishing guys. It's like, well, Ian Gary doesn't. Like, there was always a counter argument, but he just wouldn't accept the counter argument. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, again, whatever. You're entitled to your opinion, I suppose. I just don't think it's correct. Chase is anti-Peyton. I feel like that's such a contrarian take. I mean, it did feel somewhat intentionally contrarian, but I think that his main point was he doesn't think that Peyton is active enough and that he's being hot-shotted a little bit. Because his whole thing is that he loses to Hani Barcelos, gets a win over Felipe Lima, and then gets a jump up in competition to former 2-time champ Henry Cejudo, and he didn't like that. And I'm like, that doesn't sound that like wrong to me. Like, Henry Cejudo on a 2-fight losing streak, even if he is a former legend of the sport and a name that you can build off of, like, Peyton is at the exact right position for that, even with the loss. Hani Barcelos going on to win 3 more fights thereafter, or 2 more, or however many. He's on a 4-fight win streak now. It just like all of the elements of his argument just like didn't equal up to making sense to me. Both of you made points, but his kind of sucked. Intentionally contrarian indeed, and yeah, Chase is right. They are manufacturing Peyton. I mean, so there you go. So, give him a little bit of credit. I will not stand for everybody dogpiling my boy right now. Even if he was wrong. I mean, I'll admit that. Yeah, Chase was off base with his takes, but that's still the homie. In fact, you should go over and follow his channel, watch One Championship on Friday mornings, and you can tell it to his face. I don't know if he's doing one tomorrow. They're definitely promoting him, but he's not getting easy fights. Well, his point was that Josh Van didn't get any, like he was fighting nobodies all the way up until he ended up getting, like working his way into the title shot. Fought nobodies, whatever. Fought Royval, wins against Royval, gets the title shot after that. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they're trying to build Peyton. Like, you understand why they're doing that, and I don't think that they're wrong to be doing that considering that he's winning. It's the same thing I said about Sean O'Malley. Was Sean O'Malley hot-shotted? Absolutely he was. Was he winning his fights? Yes. Like, the only thing that's wrong with hot-shotting is if it doesn't work out. Like, there are reasons that the organization wants to push certain people in certain ways. If they're not it, then the hot-shotting fails, and you're like, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. But, like, if you go out there and win all the fights they put in front of you, then okay. I mean, and then really, if Sean O'Malley is a great example of it, because Sean O'Malley got the belt, defended the belt, got a layup defense against Cheeto, and then what happens against Merab? He gets spanked twice. So it was really a hot-shotting gone wrong in the big picture, but it took getting to the belt to make that apparent. So that could certainly happen for anybody that gets hot-shotted. Like, this is just how this sport works. Like, it's not completely merit-based. We've been talking about that. I don't agree with it necessarily, but, like, we've been talking about that with all the current matchmaking that's been going on now. You've got Volk fighting Lopez again. Why? Because we got the Paramount deal coming up. You've got Max and Oliveira for the BMF. Does that really make sense? I mean, it makes sense to an extent, but, like, still seems a little bit weird and a little bit off. Either way, this is what the organization is choosing to do. This is how they are pushing different fighters in different directions or whatever. It kind of makes sense in a somewhat of a broad way if you think about it. I don't agree with it, but it's understandable, and I think this all plays into the conversation when it comes to Peyton. I don't care for ONE FC anymore since they murdered Sage and Edward and Mighty Mouse retired. I mean, they didn't murder Sage. Sage got murdered. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess you could say that maybe they pushed Sage a little bit too fast, but that's the sport, I suppose. ONE is actually one of, if not my favorite, MMA promotion or combat sports promotion, I should say. I appreciate the fact that they have multiple disciplines on the same card. And their Muay Thai is second to none, and I love Muay Thai. Good Lord, do I love Muay Thai. Mesa Bastos walking out to the classic Scott Steiner, Ready or Not. So Ryzen's on a fucking Tuesday night at 11 p.m. Oh, for the New Year's Eve? A Tuesday night at 11? I'm down. We can do it. Fuck that. Let's do it. Is it before or after our New Year's Eve, though? Because I don't know how that time lines up. I heard it wasn't for the BMF. It's not for the BMF? What? No, that's got to be for the BMF. I watched Friday mornings when I could. Yeah, that's what Chase does. You can go and give him shit for his Peyton Talbot take on the Friday morning streams. YouTube.com/@CPSmalls for my boy. Somebody tell me if Chase shouts me out as much as I shout him out. Tubby Alaquin. Cosmo Alexandre versus a child. Yeah, I feel you on that. It could have been a little bit of an improper push, perhaps, but still, I mean, again, you gotta be ready for anything in this shit. Hey, Tubby's fighting out of West Palm Beach. Let's go, Tubby. I love the name. She's not even Tubby. She's very much in fine shape. It's before ours? Okay. So 11 o'clock going into New Year's Eve. So it would be starting at 11 and then New Year's Eve would be at that 12 o'clock. All right. Then I guess we'll celebrate New Year's Eve together. I'm down. All right. Tubby Alaquin in the blue. We're going for Tubby on this one because I love the name and she's repping for WPB. 4-ounce glove Muay Thai is always going to get my attention. Same, bro. Same. Rick Allen. There he is. This card is irrelevant. I agree entirely. This is not it. Again, we've only seen like one submission tonight. Maybe there'll be a sub here. They're both going for the legs. They're both trying to lock heels now. Legs flying all over the place. Holloway Oliveira is definitely for the BMF. Yeah, that's what I thought. They played a promo for it on this that I thought showed the BMF belt. Yeah, there's no way they're not doing it for the BMF. Come on, dude. Why would that fight even happen if it wasn't for the BMF? You're taking everything Chase worked for? All right. Well, duke it out. May the best man win. Ryzen is for real the bee's knees. I'm with it. Oh, speak of the devil. There's Chase himself. Chase, I've been defending you. You're getting razzed over your Peyton Talbot take. You hear it's been irrelevant, bro? I'm not going to lie. This has definitely not been it. Compared to the CJI, this is really boring. Seems like I pulled a Sly Stone and tricked you into watching this. Kinda. Maybe a little bit, but really more so it was the fact that I wanted to stream today and the MMA event that I wanted to do was at 11 o'clock a.m. I was going to watch Core FC where James Yontop fought today. Your boy James took a loss today, took an L. And actually found out something funny about James Yontop. You'll appreciate this, Chase. James Yontop, in his last 6 fights, has only won in FFC. You know, he's got the FFC tattoo on his neck. After the UFC, he went back to FFC. He had 2 fights. He won 2 fights there. He went over to UAE Warriors, lost a fight, had 2 more fights in FFC, won both of those, and then now just took a loss in Core FC today. So, James Yontop can only win in FFC. Sadly for him. Love me or hate me, you watched. I love you so much for supporting me. Exactly. That's what I've been telling everybody today, since this, in addition to being a somewhat middling and mild in entertainment BJJ stream, is also a celebration of yelling about mixed martial arts, entering the YouTube partner program. So again, I say thank you so much for your support. And Chase thanks you as well. He's certainly going to be happy when those super chats start coming in, which we very much appreciate. So thank you very much. Hate Karate Combat all you want by but it's the second best submission grappling series. We have CJI being number one being third, and this BS is fourth. Wow. Karate Combat submission grappling is the best, second best? Did I watch that? I don't think I watched that. I don't even think I was on when you were watching it. Watch Gi. Yeah, CTE has been extolling the virtues of Gi BJJ today. I'm with it. I find a Gi competition that's airing on YouTube. I'll watch it. At least they have UFC stars in their grappling. Yeah, facts, dude. Yeah, the UFC, very conservative about who they let compete in their BJJ. We had Renato Canuto and Jussier Formiga. Not exactly guys who are setting the world on fire in MMA. I'm showing up with your dirty Sanchez and taking everything you worked for. Uh-oh. Yeah, Chairway is trying to angle for your job here, Chase. You need to nip this in the bud. Cause I can be swayed. I'm kidding. Chase ain't going anywhere. Neither is Vitzking. I got here late, so I don't know if you talked about this, but what are your thoughts on the recent Ngannou Ariel interview? I have not talked about this yet. Yes. Thank you very much for asking. I have not talked a lot about Francis on the channel, but I have been considering doing a video. The only reason that I haven't done a video about it is because everyone's done a video about it. So, like, what new is there really to say? But I do think it's absolutely ridiculous that PFL got completely fleeced by him. And I have been a supporter of Francis since he started in the UFC. Francis's story is insanely compelling, and I give him a lot of credit for elevating himself from humble beginnings into the multi-millionaire that he is now, but it is absolutely atrocious business the way that he has conducted himself in the PFL. Goes to PFL for somewhere in the ballpark of $10 million, fights one time, goes over to boxing, gets full support from the PFL for his boxing career, has his boxing time, loses those boxing fights, $30 million estimated purses between those two matches. So we're talking $40 million made under PFL contract with one fight in the organization, skips out on PFL Africa when he makes it so in his contract he is named as the chairman of PFL Africa, completely abandoning that part of the organization. And now that his contract is ending, he's talking about possibly coming back to the UFC to fight Francis. Or to fight John Jones, excuse me, obviously. I think that this is such bad business from Francis Ngannou. I really, it's very hard as a fan to support him in this endeavor. Also, what I think a lot of people are failing to remember, but your boy never forgets, we still don't know what happened when Francis committed manslaughter, technically. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a full video on the channel about this, but Francis Ngannou was involved in a fatal fatal motorcycle accident, not too long ago, back in his home country of Cameroon. And all I know about the investigation of what happened there is that it was closed very quickly. So, obviously, Francis has been through a lot of terrible things in his own life, hard upbringing, hard journey from Cameroon to France and into combat sports and all of that. The loss of his child is very tragic. But all of that being said, I think that he is conducting very poor business. And I think the PFL has been saintly in the way that they've been handling things, because the PFL has specifically not said anything about it. They have been very tight-lipped about how rightfully angry they probably are behind the scenes. Because if I was Mr. PFL, if I was Don Davis, I would be cursing this man every chance that I get. for the way that he's conducted himself. So those are my basic thoughts on it. Let me know if you want a video about it. I can still put that all into video form if you're interested. He will grow his goatee out in 2 strands. Can be co-host for last week's Vice. Case closed. All right. I mean, if you're willingly giving up your spot, then I guess I'm going to have to find a new co-host. You heard he actually got $20 million from PFL? Then there you go, even worse. He does business exactly like an African. Eesh, all right, well, that's a little charged language there. If Francis didn't want to give back to Africa, that's fine, but just say that. Don't make your cause to bring MMA to Africa, then blatantly not do that. Yeah, I agree. Because you didn't have to be involved in PFL Africa at all. If you recall, PFL Africa was already in the works while Francis was being courted to the organization. They had announced that they were going to have PFL Africa, PFL MENA, all of the PFL regional stuff. They were having it in England. You know, they were going to do little PIs all over the place for PFL to have regional feeder organizations that fed into the PFL proper. So Francis didn't have to have any part in that at all. He made it so that he had a part in it. The Rio IBJJF Open is January 11th and 12th. Are they streaming it on YouTube? If they're streaming it, keep me posted. I'll consider it if I'm around. The woman died from anesthesia dosage. The hospital's fault. I mean, is that the truth though? I look, if they thoroughly investigated and that was the conclusion, then fine. All I'm saying is the case was open and closed very quickly. I know lots of other fighters do that. I don't have any respect for fighters who do that. Ngannou always had bad character, IMO. I never liked how he would hit fighters even after knocking them out. Well, I mean, you're supposed to strike until the referee steps in. I can understand that aspect of it, but just saying. Again, maybe that's just me giving him the benefit of the doubt. All I know is that there's starting to be a lot more smoke when it comes to Francis for there not to be any fire at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, granted, Dana is really the one making a lot of smoke, so you always have to take that with a very large grain of salt, or like a fucking salt lick's worth of salt. But, between the PFL stuff, what Dana says, how Francis is kind of navigating now based on that interview saying, I want to come back and fight John Jones at the White House. Like, it doesn't bode well and does not make him look good right now, I would say. So did Michael Jackson. That's kind of facts. He had a specific doctor anesthesia-ing him. Dr. Conrad Murray. Why do I remember that? I can't remember basic facts about my own life, but I remember the name of the doctor that killed Michael Jackson. God, I hate my brain sometime. IBJJF no-gi worlds are going on today and tomorrow. Oh. You have to rush and link it? Not worth. Have Chase look into that? Chase, bring that up. Salt pillar, yeah, legit facts. Never believe anything that Dana says. That is really just a good rule of thumb. I'm glad nobody forgot the doctor's name. That's what I'm saying. Why the fuck do I remember that? I think I probably remember it because, like, had he not been the dude that murdered Michael Jackson, it kind of is a hard name. Like, it's definitely a name that you could hear in a movie and be like, that's a dope name. Conrad Murray. Kind of rolls off the tongue, you know? But, lethally dosing Michael Jackson kind of puts a little bit of a damper on that one. Another MMA YouTuber made this point, but he said that what Ngannou did to PFL was unethical because he almost tanked the PFL, which is one of the only options that fighters have outside of the UFC. But that's not true, though. He didn't almost tank the PFL. PFL has plenty of money off of their Saudi Arabia deal. The only reason that PFL was able to A, acquire Bellator, and B, acquire Francis Ngannou is because they have a good amount of money off of their deals with Saudi Arabia. That's why Riyadh season was all over the PFL tournament last year. So I don't know what YouTuber said that, but that's not true. I mean, it certainly was a large amount of money to finesse out of them. I'll give him that, but he's not tanking PFL off of that. By taking all the money from PFL, he basically made it a lot so that a lot of fighters weren't making money for a while. I mean, but PFL, I don't buy that either. $20 million based on the deal that they had with Saudi Arabia, I don't think was going to make it so that other fighters weren't making money. Like, they weren't robbing Peter to pay Paul. Like, they just weren't paying their other fighters well. The other fighters weren't draws. Like, it's basic MMA business. Like, I don't buy that. I don't buy that as the reality of that. Like, the draws get the money. Dakota Ditcheva, I guarantee you, did not take a pay cut because of Francis Ngannou. Feel me? It might actually be live on Flow Grappling YouTube page. Oh, check it out and let me know. I mean, we're doing the Friday show tomorrow, so I won't be able to watch it tomorrow, but I mean, keep me posted at least. PFL was tanking themselves before and will continue to do that long after Francis. This is legit facts. I mean, now they've gone away from the tournament system, so I don't know, maybe there's some shot at there being like a semblance of actual promotion going on there, of being a legitimate promotion. And I love it too. I didn't talk enough about it on the Friday show when we talked about it, but like, it was so funny to me that they tanked the tournament system in PFL after Don Davis was out here extolling the virtues. He was on with one of those reporter guys, and they're asking him, like, what's the benefit of the tournament system? I think he was on with Big John, actually. He's on the podcast with Big John McCarthy. And he's saying, oh, well, you know, the tournament system is so much better because of X, Y, and Z. And then it's like less than a year later, the tournament system's gone. Ever the businessman, Don Davis. He is only a businessman. That is the problem with having him as the face of an MMA promotion. Straight businessmen will never know the fight world like actual fight people. That's one thing you can always give Dana credit for. I've got a lot of criticisms of Dana White, but he knows the fight game. That is the fatal flaw of Don Davis, who knows high-level normie business. But I thought PFL didn't do events for a while after Ngannou versus Hennen. No, they did. PFL was always doing events. I think the only time that they took a little bit of time off from events was when they were restructuring because of those new organizations I was talking about. The PFL MENA, PFL Africa, PFL Europe. But that was already in the plans, though. Like, all of those regional promotions that were feeders for the PFL proper, like, all of those were already in the works before Francis. So, if there was any downtime, it was just when that was being established. As far as I know, anyway. I mean, maybe there's a part of the timeline that I'm not familiar with, but, you know, I'll at least give the guy the benefit of the doubt that there could be some truth to it, but there's no, like, to that, but there's no truth to the idea that Francis tanked and took money out of anybody else's mouth. That's not true. That's patently false, I would say. I may watch, so I'll send the cool stuff in the Discord. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. Let me know. This ref is a Chad for saying no butt scoots. I mean, aren't butt scoots supposed to be inherently legal? That's like a big part of BJJ. How are you not going to butt scoot? And again, you know, this yet another match that's looking like it's going to sail to decision. We've had like one finish this entire night and one finish based off of an injury. Oh yeah, decision. There you go. I didn't even know what round we were in. I never saw the massive Puffco sponsor on the pit. Yeah, I was looking at that before. What is Puffco? It actually made them grapple, is what's funny, but the commentators got mad because he kept standing them up. Yeah. I mean, they have been standing them up often. I will give them that. Hey, Diego Lopez on the Portuguese commentary. Oh, he's doing the Spanish commentary. I thought he was going to be doing Portuguese, but he's doing Espanol. She has nice hair. Well, at least there's some benefit there. Some value to all of this. How much more of this do we have? Like, Puffco is weed, you think? I don't know. Let's look it up real quick. Puffco. Oh, yeah, it is. Ha! Puffco is an award-winning dab rig store. They offer high-tech dab vaporizers. Well, if you want to get really, really fucked up, go ahead and buy yourself something there. I don't know how anybody functions that way. Good Lord. I could not imagine doing a dab nowadays. Like, unless I just want to not do anything for about a year. I can barely function sober. Doing a dab, I would be gone till November. Next November. Might need to get one for your gardening. There you go. I could see that. Gardening high must be amazingly awesome. That sounds really, really pleasant. I would love to get into gardening. Never done dabs. That's junkie level weed. It takes a certain type of person to be able to function on dabs. I hit the dab one time in California. I basically just shut down. Like, when I get like that high, I basically just go inward. I get like all of the negatives of the high. Eventually I come out of it. Like, I'm ultimately able to enjoy it, but like, I get really quiet. I get really like focused on things. Like, I'm deep in thought. My mind just starts racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, like on all of these different thoughts. I can't keep track of them. I don't talk at all. You know, I'm just like really like off in my own world, and I can't imagine that being very pleasant for anyone around me. I need to buy another bonsai tree. They're very enjoyable to keep. Yes, I certainly could imagine that. My dad used to keep bonsai. I don't know whatever happened to that. I guess he just stopped at some point, but yeah, my dad used to do bonsai, and I can imagine that being very enjoyable. CTE, you are so peaceful, bro. But I feel you. Carts on and off. Not recently. Too expensive, and I run out quick. Blunts only. Oh God, blunts. Jesus Christ, too heavy, bro. Too heavy. Inhaling the tobacco. Ugh. Good Lord. If I had my own place, it'd be flour only. That's the better way to do it. Even flour is like sometimes too much for me, man. I'm a lightweight. I smoked a bong a few months ago and nothing happened, so I took another one, and that was a huge mistake because my heart started beating super fast and hard. Yeah, yeah, you always have to be very careful about the sleeper high. You know, you take that first hit and you feel like everything's okay, and it's just a delayed reaction. Then you take that second hit, it kicks it into overdrive. Flour makes me feel soulful. Any gadget and even certain edibles doesn't feel right. Fair enough. I mean, you know, to each their own, obviously. I just couldn't imagine for me personally because I can't do anything. Scariest moment I've had in a while, I can imagine, bro. I'm glad you came out the other side of it. That's the one thing about weed that you can always, keep in the back of your mind is that no one has ever overdosed from marijuana. So, you'd have to smoke like 10,000 pounds of marijuana or something for you to actually overdose, from what I understand. Good night, freak bitches. Hey, Chairway, thank you for hanging out, brother. Good to see you, man. Thanks for chilling with us. Keep me posted on the Ryzen card. Don't let me forget. Got a couple weeks out. Don't worry, Thinker. When we hang, we'll smoke dabs, bong hits, and some infused joints to get your tolerance up. All in one night? Are you trying to kill me? John Dong, bong is a step too far for me. I used to hit the bong back in college. Yeah, I used to be a bit more of a smoker than I am now. I have slowed down considerably. Of course, legally, for medically legal in the state of Florida. So, gardens for life. Yes, gardening does sound very pleasant. I can imagine doing it high must be amazing. Just zone out, hanging out with plants. Some real old man conversation we're having right now, but seriously though, it does sound nice. One day when your boy has a house, the house that Yama built will have a garden. Bongs are very nice if you have a tolerance, but they can kill your lungs. Yeah. Well, it's like I feel with bongs that you never know how much is in the chamber until you pull the stem, and then all of a sudden you've got this way bigger hit than you thought you were going to get. Carts are cool for work, though. I mean, I don't know if your job would appreciate that. Nah, I am very good with all things vaporized. That is my preferred method of anything and everything. I like that it doesn't stink the place up. I like that you can do it in public if you're smart about it. Only if it's clean, though. Never hit a dirty bong. They get dirty pretty quickly. I remember those days of having to do like the clean your piece day. You just take like a full afternoon and just clean all your pieces. All right. Raquel Canuto, the highly touted prospect here, even though 10-7 MMA was saying that she's kind of ass. Apparently she's not as good as everyone's making her out to be, but let's see if she actually gets the job done here. Let's say if she can be one of three. One of two, really, if you really think about it. One of two if you don't count the dude who hurt his finger. He didn't even get submitted either. There wasn't even a finish. My bad. Never mind. We have had one finish this entire card so far. See if Canuto can buck the trend. Actually finish a fucking competition. Coming out to worse music than one is impressive. She got her music from the same dude that did Tatsuro Tyrus. Have you ever taken any psychedelics? Let's just say that I am quite an enjoyer of mind expansion. So extract what you want out of that. I want to be careful what I say on the channel, but yes, I am a lover of all things mushrooms. Mushrooms are one of my favorite foods. Nicotine just doesn't feel that enjoyable to me. I truly do not understand it. Fair enough. I used to smoke cigarettes, so going to the vape, like I really hated smoking cigarettes after a while. So the vape is like much more economical, much more enjoyable to me. And I don't know, I guess I just have the habit at this point. It's really habit more than anything else. But I do enjoy it. So a Nick stick hits, but I've stopped for now. Good for you. Oh, you're good, John Dong. I just gotta, your boy has to make money outside of YouTube. So I just got to be a little careful how I navigate. And also, I don't know what the rules are with that for terms of service on YouTube. So just looking out for my self-interest for the moment. But you're all good, bro. You are the homie always. All right. Let's see Raquel Canuto. Let's see if she can actually pull a victory out, like a firm submission victory in this submission grappling tournament. We have had one finish. I cannot stress this enough. I guess two. There were like two times that guys... There was one quick finish, and then there was another guy who verbally tapped. Aurélie Laverne from France, who looks like Jojo Siwa, and I can't unsee it. I can't Jojo unsee it. You're taking Hawaii? Probably the smart one. I mean, she's the one that everybody's been saying is supposed to be really good, even though 10-7 MMA was in the chat earlier saying that she's actually overrated. Random question. What movie cliches do you hate the most? I don't hate any movie cliche if it's used well in the film. But if I had to choose ones that are overused, I would say insurmountable opposition being overtaken. That's why I'm not a big fan of superhero movies. Like the hero always winning in the end is a cliche that got old for me very early. So superhero movies kind of fall flat for me in that regard. It's like, okay, pick your superhero. This guy is going to have challenges that seem like there's no way that he could win. And then he's going to win. So I don't like that very much. I'm not a huge fan of the third act in romance movies where they have a big fight and then have to reconnect at the end of the film. Very common in rom-coms. You have like a really good solid rom-com for the first two acts of it, and then at the end of the second act going into the third, they have the big knockdown drag out moment where they part ways and then they're really sad about it and they are on opposite sides of the world and they're looking out the window longingly. And then ultimately they end up getting back together. Hey, there's Hydra. How you doing, brother? I'm not a big fan of comedy movies that start off really good and then get sappy in the third act. That bothers me. That's a cliche that I really don't like. I was big in Judd Apatow movies. Oh, Aurélie Laverne has a nice triangle right now. Side triangle. Canuto was turning purple for a second there. Now she's sitting on her head. Aurélie Laverne doing some nice work in this first round. How did you question me about Will Ferrell falling off earlier? Earlier, curious if you think different. No, I didn't think different. I just hadn't followed his movies like his more recent stuff. I have always said that Will Ferrell is my proof that I like certain things that normal people like. Because I have often been accused of being a contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Oh, Kimura. I don't know if she has enough room for this Kimura to be successful, but this triangle Kimura, if she can pull the... Oh, yeah, Canuto looking real wincy. Oh, she might have to tap. Oh, that was the tap. Hey! Damn, Canuto really doesn't win. Aurélie. Wow. Aurélie Laverne just tapped out the highly touted Canuto. Shout out to 10-7 MMA calling that one. Aurélie Laverne with the triangle Kimura. Impressive. Wow. That was nasty. That was really nice work. I hate it when movies directly tell you the plot instead of letting you infer what's happening in yourself. Yeah, I can agree with that one. When they like really spell it out for you. In fact, there's a moment in the movie Role Models, which is a great comedy. Really, really, all of David Wayne's movies are among the best comedies ever made. But I really like the movie Role Models. That's probably the most like mainstream of his comedy films. And there's a moment in there at the end of the film where there's a character that they're in like a live action role playing situation. So they're like doing like Dungeons and Dragons style, like no, not Dungeons and Dragons style. Like they're like in suits of armor and they're out like doing the LARPing thing. And there's a character that you don't know if she had like died in the competition, and she walks up at the end, and like there's this little voice that's like definitely added in post, and it's like, Lady Esplin's alive, like to say like, you know, let the audience know that she was not eliminated from the, you know, from the game. And I'm like, we could have figured that out. We didn't need you to have that little voice saying like confirming that she's alive in the game. It was a verbal tap, Chase. But I guarantee you that that was a studio note in the David Wayne movie. David Wayne is a better director than that. He wouldn't have done that by himself. I think the studio made that happen. Again, studio is always interfering. Sometimes studio notes are not the worst thing in the world, but sometimes they can be. Interstellar does that a lot. I got to see this Interstellar movie. You talk about it all the time. I hate when movies I hate when movies are based on a real thing, appealing to the IRL fan base, and it's just all wrong. That at least to the credit of the Smashing Machine, they didn't do that. Um, Netflix literally has new writing directives saying characters have to say their actions and intentions out loud because they know people aren't paying attention or dumb. Yes, they call that the second screen experience, I have heard it called. Her arm was fucked. Yeah, no, she was definitely dead to rights. Um, Very confused why she never fought the triangle lock. Yeah, I mean, I know it became more of an ankle lock connection near the finish, but still, that's odd. Yeah, I mean, again, 10-7 called it from a mile away. Like, Canuto did not navigate the setup for that very well. The triangle was on the side, pretty well locked, and then no real fight of that. Arm gets arm gets trapped, and that was problems. I never watched a Netflix original, but definitely won't now. I can understand it. That Joker movie from 2019 also directly spells out its own plot a lot. Um, yeah, but at least it kept the twist till the end, I thought. Like, I saw the twist coming, and I think a lot of people saw the twist coming, but at least I thought they did a good enough job of keeping the twist, like, well enough hidden that it was still, like, satisfying, I would say. Interstellar, Interstellar is crazy, bro. What the hell? One of those when you see it, you instantly feel like you missed out for not catching it in IMAX. I've heard that about Interstellar that it's a visually appealing movie, but I know John Dong says that he is not a huge fan of it. I feel like a lot of Nolan's movies have been sort of that way. Like it's kind of what I felt about um uh Oppenheimer. Like I liked it. I thought it was a well-made film. I thought it kept your interest through a lot of it, even the score was like relentless. Um, but like, would I say that it's an amazing film? Like, I thought it was a good film. I thought it was a very good, solid movie that was worthwhile. It would not be something that I would like be rushing to go see again. Which is that's how I would class a lot of Christopher Nolan's movies lately, anyway. They're good, they are solid, they're well made. They're not stuff that I need to like instantly rewatch. I'm not like, oh, I need to go buy that on DVD or whatever. Just some odd choices. She just kind of sat there and tried to grit through it. Yeah, yeah, most definitely. I think that she was kind of dead to rights after a certain point, but up until that point, she certainly could have tried to do a couple of different things. I felt like the characters were very empty. Yeah, I got to watch it to see what you're talking about. Like never tried to catch her own wrist with her legs either to hide the hand. Yeah, I mean there were like I think if you go back like point by point, there were a lot of mistakes. These replays are really doing her dirty. Yeah. Well, I mean, shout out to Laverne Orly. I like that name. There's a video on YouTube called Interstellar When Spectacle Eclipses Story. Does a good job of explaining what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, I got to watch it at some point. Oh no, the bomb I developed for years did exactly what I knew it would do. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's a cliche that I'm not always super happy with. It's kind of why I didn't like the remake of Not no, let me take that back. I did like the remake of Nosferatu. I thought it was gorgeous. Roger Eggers, one of my favorite directors currently. Right, Roger Eggers. Pretty sure, Roger. Yeah, Robert Eggers. Excuse me, Robert Eggers. Robert Eggers is an amazing filmmaker, and Nosferatu was fantastic to look at. But I'm not a fan of films where the end result, the finale, is spelled out from the beginning and it does not deviate from that. That is the fundamental and fatal flaw of the Smile films, both of which I enjoyed. For modern horror films, of which I am not very much a huge fan, but I do enjoy I enjoyed Smile, and Smile 2 was very good, I thought. Vitz King was absolutely correct about Smile 2 being better than Smile 1. I like Smile 2 very much, but I'm not a fan, and I don't want to like spoil it for everybody if you haven't seen it and want to. I would recommend it, but I don't like films where the end result is almost inevitable and cannot be altered or changed, and that's kind of how I felt about some of those. Um, Let me quote some basic Eastern theology BS. I can feel you on that as well. Appreciate the viewpoint from grapplers. You're the man for real. Even if you haven't competed, it's dope you get into it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. If I had more time, I certainly would consider getting a little more into it myself, but people don't realize what it takes to be successful on YouTube while also working a full time job and working for yourself. Is this the main event? No, this is the co main event, I believe. We've got two more. We've got both of the Tackett brothers coming up here. This is Tackett 1 and Tackett 2 is in the main event. BJJ is like a popped collar. It's cool, but it's definitely gay. As I've said many times, you know, if you are just joining us, nuts out for BJJ. This is a new tradition around here. If you have nuts, put some nuts in your mouth for BJJ. Oh, bro, coming out to Pantoja's walkout music. Dude, don't jinx yourself. Coming out to many men. Brother is just asking for an injury. Many, 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 many men. Yeah, that is a 10 out of 10 quote for real. Hey, Frederick, what's good, my man? Any of you watch Nefarious? No, I have not seen that one. Let's see. Nefarious. Oh, 2023. I think I saw the previews for this when it came out. Hmm. Was it good? Is it worth watching? Thoughts on the Blair Witch Project? One of my favorite movies. Interesting. I thought the Blair Witch Project was one of the best marketing campaigns of all time for a film, but it's a marketing campaign that cannot be replicated anymore. So it really was very much of its time and place. That said, I think that the Blair Witch Project is more of a psychological thriller, if you really break it down, than it is a horror movie. But I can appreciate it for what it is. Found footage has to be done in a very specific way. I think Blair Witch gets it pretty much right. But if you want to know the truth from my perspective, as far as like found footage goes, and I know this might be a crazy one, and some people maybe don't even consider it found footage, but I do, so this is my opinion at least. I think that District 9 is one of the best found footage films of all time. And I love District 9. I think that's actually a very, very well done film. Neil Blomkamp out there in South Africa, I really enjoyed that movie a lot. So I think that Blair Witch Project has like some of the right elements, but not all of them to be like a masterpiece to me. But I do respect it a lot. God forbid you ever get into any of the sequels, though. I think the method is just to spam YouTube Shorts with corny videos from TikTok to get subs and popular videos, popular audio. I mean, we do shorts from the channel, and we've been getting pretty good views off the stuff from the podcast, so no need to try to hack the system. Good quality content will always win. That is, shout out to Turkey Tom. I was always a fan of Turkey Tom stuff, and that is always his advice, is just make the best content that you can make, and the subs and the fan base will follow. So that is always the method that I use. You haven't seen Blair Witch, John Dong? Yeah, definitely watch it. From what I've seen, it does found footage the best, but I've heard there are some great found footage films. Yeah, there are probably some other good ones that I haven't seen. I'm not like super well versed in the genre. I just really like District 9 a lot. Yes, District 9 is the alien one. Really, really great film. Great, I would say great parallels to, modern day classism, racism, those kinds of things. Thoughts on Daredevil 2003? Hell yeah, dude. A pivotal film in the life of Chase Parton. Daredevil 2003. Whatever that horror movie with the creepy guy with the wolf mask and the axe is one that scared me the most. Wolf Mask. I don't know which one you're talking about there. The Wolf Mask. Stir of Echoes was pretty good for what it is. Yes, Stir of Echoes is definitely good, Michael. What up, Michael? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Stir of Echoes is a film that I got on VHS for Christmas when I was very young, and quite enjoy it. In fact, there's a shot from Stir of Echoes that always creeps me out to this day. It's a shot of somebody's like long fingernail being pushed down into like a wooden floorboard and breaking. Ugh. It like still creeps me out just to think about it. Like, it's very quick, but it just always like stuck with me because it was like as a kid, it like made an indelible impression in my mind. But yeah, I like that movie. Psychological horror and found footage are my favorite styles of horror, so it really works for me. I also like psychological horror a lot. That's why I'm a big fan of Mandy. I don't know if Mandy is necessarily like psychological horror as much. It's more like psychedelic horror. But Mandy is a great film. But I like psychological horror a lot myself. Original Chainsaw Massacre? Absolutely. Classic. Original Halloween. Like all of the original slasher films and like gory stuff, like there's a lot of value in those. I just hate when they turn them into these long-running series that just rehash the same shit over and over again. Halloween, another movie that follows that cliche of the undeviated end result. Michael Myers always survives. All right, Tackett versus Ronaldo Jr. for the middleweight title here. Grave Encounters. No, I've not heard of that one. Oh, foreign found footage films. I'm certainly down to watch some. Guys walking out to Death Rebel. I mean, probably smarter than walking out to Many Men, considering what we just saw. Chernobyl Diaries was a scary found footage? Okay. Hell House LLC and Lake Mungo are the best found footage. I've heard Lake Mungo referenced several times in the chat. Might have to try that one as well. Lake Mungo is a good one? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Nice takedown for Tackett. Does anyone remember horror films such as House on Haunted Hill? I have burned memories of that. House on Haunted Hill is another horror film that I had on VHS. Of course, that is a remake of the original House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price, which is a classic from the golden age of film. I'm a big fan of like classic horror from like the 50s and 60s. I like the cheesy B movies, horror and sci-fi that they would do on Mystery Science Theater. I'm a big fan of that stuff. A lot of that shelf back there has that on there. If you ever see me wearing my Psycho shirt. Oh, Ronaldo. Oh, Ronaldo with the... Oh, he had the ghillie. How did Tackett scramble? Oh. Ronaldo almost had the sub. Still attacking the guillotine here. All right, Tackett out of it. Now he's in top control. The movie I was talking about is literally called Creep. Never heard of that one either. Yeah, I'm not super well versed in modern horror. It takes a very specific type of horror movie for me to enjoy it. That's why I was very surprised that I liked the Smile movies. Like Vitz King, generally Vitz King, like he knows what I like well enough to know if I'm gonna like something or not. Like so, his recommendations are usually pretty good. Aside from Shrooms, shout out to Bloomis, but yeah, like Vitz King recommended the Smile films, and I was very surprised that I liked them so much because they do follow the horror cliches of jump scares. You want to talk about a cliche that I hate? Jump scares. I cannot stand jump scares. Jump scares are not scary, they are startling. Good observation made on Red Letter Media that I've always filed away in my mind because everyone's, oh, you're scared of jump scares? I'm like, it's not that I'm scared of the jump scares. I know that they're coming and I know that they're going to startle me, and I don't like being startled. I find it annoying. Ball knowledge. Mandy is so cool. Mandy is amazing. I love Mandy so much. I have a Mandy shirt. If you ever see my my red and black Nicolas Cage shirt, it's from Mandy. Love that movie. I need to get that on DVD. I still don't have that. I need to get it on Blu-ray. If you guys want other scary movies to watch, Gonjiam, Haunted Asylum, The Sadness, and Caveat. Yes, I think you've referenced those before. I gotta like set a time to actually watch some of these movies. Have you seen the Spanish zombie found footage movie? Also, don't know the name, but was re-released in English. Heard the OG was better, especially if you like foreign. Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about there. Yeah, my knowledge of horror films is somewhat lacking. Did anybody here see Crimes of the Future? I left so confused. Was that the most recent Cronenberg movie? The one with Twilight Girl? Kristen Stewart? There's also another found footage horror movie that's free on YouTube called Horror in the High Desert. It's a slow burn movie, but IMO, the ending is worth the wait. Okay, fair enough. If you ever have a chance to see a movie called Blue Ruin, I would recommend that a lot. It is a really, really good film. Not necessarily a horror film, but an interesting drama. Whoa, odd camera moment there for a second. Thoughts on children's story characters, ex horror movies, ex Winnie the Pooh, Mickey Mouse, etc.? I think it's super dumb. I think it's the dumbest cash grab you could possibly imagine, especially for how bad they make those movies, from what I've heard anyway. I have not seen Pooh, Blood, and Honey, but I have heard that they are just schlocky rubber masks made for like 20 bucks. Seems rather dumb to me, cashing in on an easy, recognizable IP. Maybe I just didn't do enough, but shrooms were underwhelming. I was just very giggly. It was like a super edible. You might not have gotten the right strain, my friend. The shrooms I was talking about is a film called Shrooms. But yeah, shrooms, mushrooms can be hit or miss, but trust that when you get the right ones, you know. It's Cronenberg. Yeah, I have not seen that one, but I am a very big Cronenberg fan, so I would certainly try it. Spanish found footage movie is called Quarantine. I actually did see Quarantine, I believe. It was okay. So yeah, I think I saw the American version of it, so maybe I'll have to watch the Spanish version. I didn't know it was a remake at the time. Thoughts on Deep Blue Sea? Don't talk bad about LL Cool J. My head is like a shark's fin. A motherfucking shark ate me. Old school Chappelle show. Deep Blue Sea is fine for what it is. The same way that Life was. You know, I know John Dong had talked about that in the past. Like Life is okay for what it is, but it's not like a great movie. I would say it was. You know, it was fine. It was a fine monster movie. It was a fine modern take on the sci-fi horror genre, I would say. Like it reminds me of a modern B movie, which I can get down with because, like I said, a lot of that shelf is B movies. Popeye's Revenge was peak cinema. Kids break into his spinach factory and he starts popping heads like grapes. Oh, good lord. I didn't even know that Popeye's Revenge was a thing. I didn't heard about that one. Oh, Wreck is the Spanish horror movie and Quarantine is the American remake. Okay, got you. Yes, that does sound correct. And yeah, I saw Quarantine and thought it was pretty okay. I like the idea. I'm definitely a big fan because that movie like takes place and they're all trapped inside of a building, right? If I'm recalling it correctly, if I'm not mistaken. I like that. I'm a big fan of like small confined films. That's why Dread is excellent. I loved Dread so much. I heard people in the chat saying that they didn't like Dread, and I was like, I couldn't understand that at all. I loved Dread. I like the small environment nature of Dread, being kind of trapped in a location, having to fight your way out. I'm a big fan of that. Also, a movie not exactly the same, but has similar elements. Warriors, The Warriors, the 1979, The Warriors, one of my all-time favorite films. Warriors, come out and play if you are with it. There was a dissection scene in Crimes of the Future, and I don't know if I've been more uncomfortable. I can imagine Cronenberg gets pretty gnarly with his body horror. All the horror Disney IP shit has been terrible. Of course, it's just cash grab bullshit. That's a lie. That one granny scene in X. Oh, don't tell me anything about X. I've only seen Pearl. I want to. Pearl, another modern horror movie that I loved. I thought Pearl was fantastic. That monologue that she had at the end, Mia Goth is a really solid actress for that. I really, really enjoyed Pearl. So I want to see X and I need to see Maxine as well. So don't tell me, don't spoil those for me. There's a thriller sort of horror movie called Below, based on a World War II submarine. That's one of my favorites, but probably because I'm a dork. I mean, if it's a horror movie, oh, it's a thriller. Okay, I'm down with that. You know, like I said, small confines. I like that. Thought you were talking about the movie Life with Bernie Mac and you gonna eat your cornbread? No, that movie's that's a gem. R.I.P. Bernie Mac, one of the realest of real ones. I miss Bernie Mac all the time. He was a great stand-up comic. He was the best of the kings of comedy, if you were being real. Bernie Mac blew out all of the other dudes. Cedric, please. Steve Harvey, fucking please. Bernie Mac, the OG GOAT. Yo, Ronaldo Jr. has been crushing this fight right now. This Tackett brother is going to lose by decision if he cannot get a submission in the third round. Popeye's Revenge 2. Popeye bangs your mom. He's strong to the finish because he eats a spinach. Ma. Oh, Popeye. I didn't know your first name was Olive Oil. Yeah, exactly. Claustrophobic situations I enjoy, which is kind of funny because I do have mild claustrophobia in real life. Oh. Oh, top-down triangle. Almost had it. Nope. No deal. We're going to have another decision, perhaps. MacTube. What's up, bro? How's the show been? Show's been great, bro. Anytime that I'm here hanging out with the homies, it's a great show, bro. Has there been a lot of subs? I don't know if there's been a lot of subs tonight. I haven't checked. But we haven't had a lot of new people in, so maybe not. But yeah, I guess not. Not tonight, but either way, appreciate you checking in. If you're not subbed, you could be the sub of the night. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for hanging out with us. I won't spoil it, but be prepared to be uncomfortable. Well, I certainly am. In Pearl, I mean, again, I don't want to spoil anything for Pearl, but there is a scene that made me very uncomfortable in that film. Spoilers, it's a bunch of morons talking to Grok, and it's scary seeing that part of society. Okay. That's a different type of X. I see what you did there. Life was hilarious. R.I.P. Bernie Mac. Dude, yeah, like I said, bro, the realest of the real. Oh, a lot of subs as in submissions. No, definitely not. There's a reason that I didn't equate that with the event. No, because I've barely, we're at the co-main event and I've barely been paying attention at this point because we did have a good submission in the last fight. I will say that Laverne did submit Canuto. That was good. But other than that, everything below that, like we had one quick submission in the match with the dude who beat Bryce Mitchell earlier on. Like Bryce was not fighting on this one. This guy had beaten Bright Missile in the past. I forgot what that kid's name was. The young guy. He's like 19 years old. But besides that, no, we have not had a lot of submissions. We've had a lot of near misses. But no, this has been less than exciting, I would say. And you know, having watched both days of the CJI and the first go around of the CJI, I did both days of the second invitational and watched the first one as well. I know what I want out of BJJ competition, and this has been severely lacking, I would say. A Quiet Place wasn't super... might have a submission here. I mean, Ronaldo Jr. has been winning this very handily, and he's got a triangle locked in here. Head and arm. Oh, Tackett Tackett just pushed himself deeper in. Yeah, he might tap here. Either that or he might go out. Either that or we're just going to be sitting here for 3 minutes because he's not letting this thing go. He's in perfect position for... Oh, never mind. Somehow Tackett escapes, but moves it off. Do you usually stream live BJJ events? No, MacTube. Usually I am streaming for mixed martial arts pretty much primarily. But I try to branch out into other combat sports if I can. We were talking about me streaming some Muay Thai coming up at some point. But I just try to bounce around combat sports if I can. But primarily, I'm live for every UFC event. So that should tell you what this channel... I mean, if the name of the channel didn't give it away, mostly here for mixed martial arts. That's what I love the most. A Quiet Place wasn't super scary, but the scene where the mother stepped on the nail is burned into my head. Didn't see A Quiet Place. Pearl is really good. That monologue was fucking slick. Yeah, that monologue was amazing. I thought that was such amazing acting from Mia Goth. Like, that was probably award worthy in my opinion. She deserved to earn some kind of award for that because that was really, really solid work. Are you a fan of Norm Macdonald? Hydra. Norm Macdonald is the GOAT, okay? Norm Macdonald is a legend of comedy and he will be missed forever. Norm Macdonald is on the Mount Rushmore of comedy. I don't know how Tackett survived that triangle, but somehow he's still in this fight. You could not tell me those Quiet Place monsters couldn't be blown apart with an anti-material round. Like I said, haven't seen it. Sorry. I don't know. It's another one that it was like cool concept, but I'm like, do I need to see a whole film of it? I don't know. Is it good enough to watch? Andrew will definitely get a sub to close the show. Okay. Is he the better of the Tackett brothers? Because this Tackett brother has been barely surviving. Horror movie directors need to actually see the damage large caliber weapons do to things and how many Americans have them. I think horror movie directors would tell you, hey, Canadians, suspend your disbelief. God, I am butter-tongued tonight. But yeah, suspend your disbelief is what they would say. God, can't spit it out. He slipped the lock with the hip bump. Oh, is that what it was? Okay, fair enough. No UFC for 6 weeks after this fight night. Brother, don't we know it? We've been talking about it, but trust your boy has content on deck. We will still be... Well, we might take a week off of the podcast, possibly. Possibly. Me and Chase have to talk that through, but the podcast might end up getting a week off for a week or two, but there will still be stuff happening, trust. We still have to go through every episode. All 3 of the episodes that have been released that I have not reviewed, we're going to be doing full episode breakdowns of Bryce Mitchell's Arkansanity podcast coming up sometime after the UFC concludes for MMA Winter. So if you are a fan of laughing at Bryce and his brain dead takes, which he has many of them, stick around for that. So yeah, there's going to be plenty. Trust. I'll be on stream for a bunch. There's always something happening in the sport, even when there are not active fights happening. So trust, we're not going to be without content. Yeah, they'll definitely die a Hydra. Any developed military stomps them easily. Yeah, I mean, this is why, like, these are the conceits, though. You have to go with the films. Who are some underrated comics I should check out? Modern or classic? If we're talking classics, you got to go with the OG GOATs. Got to go with your George Carlin. Got to go with Richard Pryor. Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal on the Opie and Anthony show specifically was some of the funniest radio you will ever hear in your life. Patrice O'Neal, one of the most underrated and brilliant minds of our generation, taken from us way too soon. In the modern era, I think Dan Soder is one of my personal favorite comics currently. Shane Gillis is definitely up there. I would say Sam Morrill, also a great comic. I like him a lot. Mark Normand is really good. Yeah, Ronaldo took that thing easy, boy. Come on. Other comics that I like that are modern. Oh, Eddie Pepitone is probably the most underrated comic of all time. And if you want to talk about a comic that speaks to my sensibilities, my level of cynicism and nihilism, Eddie Pepitone is the best. Watch In Ruins. One of my absolute favorite specials of all time. And then Jim Norton, also one of my favorites, more so on the radio than in his stand-up. But go back and listen to old episodes of Opie and Anthony. It is some of the best radio ever, ever. Opie and Anthony, Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton playing off of each other is just peak comedy radio. Lost Boys, perhaps the best vampire movie. See, this is the thing, man. Like, a lot of people love Lost Boys, and I have it on DVD, but, like, I just never, like, have loved it the same way other people do. Is it true Bryce Mitchell stapled his own nutsack by accident? No, not true. What he did to his nutsack was he got it caught in a drill. So, not a staple. He drilled into his nutsack, and it got wrapped around the drill. He tore his scrotum. So, yes, in a basic sense, but no, the facts are slightly different and all the more worse. Shane Gillis is definitely not underrated, but him and my boy Matt McCusker and Gerbies are the only comedians I follow. Yeah, no, Matt and Shane are cool. You have to watch Andrew Tackett versus Cade Rotolo, one of the best BJJ matches of all time. They showed that at the beginning of the CGI 2, some of the highlights of it, and it did look amazing. I do enjoy Bryce Mitchell calling companies queer, though. I don't know if you're going to have the same sensibilities as we do around here, Mac, but you're still welcome either way. We are an all open, and we welcome all people with all beliefs with open arms. Just be cool. We are allies around here. At least I am. Ugliest belt ever? Yes. No, the belt for this is tremendously awful. Stuff Island. It's with Tommy and Chris from their Circle and Tires. Oh, yeah. Okay. I like Tires. I thought Tires was pretty funny. Savage, be honest. Did that autocorrect? That mistake that you made? Is that just a word that's often in your phone? Be honest. 11 likes and 10 people watching on a BJJ event. Wonderful and easy. You're going to be rich soon. Hey, brother, you know I'm taking the boys with me, homie. Come on. Let's get those super chats up. Make sure you're all tuning into the podcast on Mondays and Fridays. You never got into George Carlin because he's an atheist and you're not? I mean, yeah, I could see there being some belief issues there that may be problematic to you, but I think that there's still benefit to the basic core value of the comedy. Like, there are Christian comedians that I can get into. I myself being generally agnostic, you could say. Worse than stapling, bro. Way worse than stapling. Kept a drill, no safety in his pocket while climbing a ladder, and who could have guessed it went off? Yeah, no shit. Bryce Mitchell, the fucking galaxy-brained individual that he is. It's no wonder he's got the beliefs that he has. Calling a company queer is funny despite my allyship. The concept of Walmart likes dick. Yeah, I can certainly see the value in the comedy of that. That drill accident was probably God's way of making sure he doesn't procreate. Well, there's a roundabout kind of interpretation of it, which would be very ironic if that is the case, considering how much Bryce Mitchell attributes to his love of God. God's like, bro, stop shouting me out when you're doing it wrong. God gives signs to Bryce Mitchell that he doesn't like the way that he worships. That is a funny concept. I know, Savage. I'm fucking with you, bro. I appreciate you, man. I knew that you could appreciate the joke of it, though. Friday shows are sick. The event watch-alongs are where it's at. Hey, CTE, I appreciate you always, no matter when you're around, brother. And yes, the Friday shows really are the ones I think are going to be popping off the most. If you are not aware, if you are new here, we do streams on Mondays and most Fridays. Sometimes we don't always get the Friday shows. Some things come up sometimes. But Mondays and Fridays, myself and Chase Parton, Monday Nights is Last Week's Fights. That is our podcast where we break down each and every fight from the previous UFC card, give our predictions for the upcoming card. And Friday is the free-for-all, where we talk about the news in the sport of MMA, the comedy and the tragedy, and we talk to y'all and chat and get your opinions about all of the events of the day. So make sure that you are hanging out with your boys. What the hell were his balls doing out while working a drill? No, bro, he had it in his pocket. He had the drill in his pocket, and his balls were just there where balls belong. God decides everything by the Lord's grace. My nuts got mangled that day. It's so true, dude. And that's the greatest thing about believers, is that everything is according to God's plan. So anything that goes wrong is that God's got a greater plan. God gives his strongest challenge to his greatest warriors. Getting your nuts mangled is just God's way of testing you. I think that was in the book of Job. Am I wrong? Didn't Job get his nuts mangled by a rotary drill? You know, my biblical knowledge is not great, so. But I think I saw that in there. No way Walker is 17-3. Yo, I know, right? That is wild if that's true. Considering he's had some of the most meme-worthy knockouts of all time. Maybe that's just in the UFC. But that can't be, though, right? He hasn't had 17 fights in the UFC before. He just kept it in his pocket, so it went off. It tore through the pocket and boxers. Do we think he wears boxers? Interesting question. Bryce Mitchell, boxers or briefs guy? Or boxer briefs? The other option. I don't know. This is a good question. This is an interesting one. I would suspect, Bryce or otherwise, but I would suspect that most people who are rolling regularly, Bryce being a wrestler, I know that if I was always in compression outfits, rash guards and the like, I would probably want to let my nuts hang out when I'm not in active competition. Oh, you were implying commando? Kind of speaks to my point, though. So, if he's always having to be compressed in competition, always wearing a cup and the like, I would think that you want to let the boys hang, He's 22-9, 9-8 in the UFC. Oh, CTE, you know what that was? It was probably his BJJ record. Bryce lets him free on the farm. Anything goes on the farm, brother. As long as Jesus permits it. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Hydra. I think it is his BJJ record. It's got to be. Quick MMA takes. Is Armin getting screwed over? No. Armin is not getting screwed over. Armin screwed himself over. Armin deserves everything that comes to him. Armin is a fucking idiot. And a spoiled brat. Who acts like that all the time. And nearly killed the main event that he was in against Dan Hooker. After actually killing the main event that he was in against Islam Makhachev. Tom is not a quitter. No. I don't think that Tom is a quitter. I think that Tom had every right to not fight if his vision was compromised. And people saying that he was a quitter, wanting him to fight blind, can go fuck themselves. Is Ian Gary the rightful welterweight contender? Fighters... that's a different question. Is Ian Gary the rightful welterweight contender? Probably yes. But the fact that he's not a finisher, I think, is a bit of a problem for me. But he has done enough to get the title shot, I would say. So I mean, everybody can be a contender, though. Islam Makhachev is not losing to Ian Gary or any other current welterweight, in my opinion. Fighters who train with Nina before a fight are cursed. I don't believe in curses, but there is a lot of evidence to support that. So those are my quick takes. I think Nina, in and of herself, is somewhat of a net positive. I like Nina drama personally. I know a lot of people do not. I've got respect for Nina and what she does. I think she's got a good sense of humor. And, being attractive does not hurt. And sometimes her interviews are somewhat interesting, even though they are legitimately just fluff. So if you look at them as fluff, then take it for what it is, Every time you need a little popcorn every once in a while. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to have some after the stream tonight. Bought some popcorn at the store today. But as far as her cursing fighters, no, I mean, because plenty of fighters have done interviews with her and won. So I think people see patterns and they recognize patterns and try to attribute things to patterns that are not always that. Yeah, I don't care for Armin not getting the title shot. Yeah, I mean, you don't care for him not getting the title shot? Yeah, does he deserve it based on his like his record and his wins? Sure. He doesn't deserve it based on the way that he tanked an event and the fact that he's a complete prick. So, does he deserve it on paper? Sure. Do I want him to get it? No. Fuck him. I hate him. I want him out of the UFC. I want him to get the Mokaev treatment. Armin isn't getting screwed. Tom isn't a quitter. Morales is the rightful contender based, depending on if you can out Chama the curse. I like those takes. I agree with all of them. Even though I do think Ian Gary has done enough at this point. I mean, come on. He is a dude who has taken every challenge, losing to Shavkat. Shavkat's out, injured again, injured, double injured. I think Ian Gary has done enough. Didn't Nina cry happy tears telling us she was leaving for Dancing with the Stars? Is she really leaving for Dancing with the Stars? What? Is that recent? Did that just happen? Nina drama Dancing with the Stars. And announced in August of 2025 she was leaving the UFC to join ABC's Dancing with the Stars. Oh, no shit. How about that? Sparking debate amongst fans about her motives, but shifting her focus to mainstream entertainment. Again, Nina was always fluff. So if she's leaving to go do some other shit, then congratulations to her. Go be amongst the shit that is more conducive to you. Like, I never thought, oh, wow, Nina was such a fan of MMA. Man, she had such deep MMA knowledge. She was asking fighters what if they believed in aliens. Like, this is, understand what it was. Armin assaulted 2 fans and missed weight, ruining a main event, and is also inactive. Yeah, facts. And he nearly ruined the main event with Dan Hooker by headbutting him at the weigh-ins. He is a spoiled prick brat. He reminds me of the kid with affluenza, if you know what I'm talking about. A dude who got everything he ever wanted in life and was a spoiled prick and lets it inform his personality. Bro, Elijah Dorsey's nickname is Big Breakfast? Wow. That is something else. Big Breakfast. Straight out of McDonald's. Let's go. That's what I used to get when I was a kid. Used to go to McDonald's and get the Big Breakfast. Couple pancakes in there. I don't know how I stopped liking pancakes. I used to have them a lot back in the day, but I do not like pancakes now. I do like her interviews. It helps get new fans into the sport by humanizing the fighters. I'm with that. Yeah. Again, it's fluff. You need fluff. I'm okay with fluff. There's nothing. Dude, I would consider what I do to an extent fluff sometimes. Like, the watch longs. You know, we're sitting here talking about movies while we're watching fights. Like, you know, there's fluff elements to it. We're people. We're humans. You know, there's more to MMA. Like, I think MMA is the most human sport there is. So there's more to MMA than just the fighting. All right, this is getting off to a good start. Tackett versus Dorsey. All right, Tackett standing with the guard locked in by Dorsey. Does he have any relation to Jack Dorsey, founder of Twitter and Blue Sky? Morales is also my favorite welterweight contender. He's got crazy potential. I agree. I like Michael Morales a lot. After we saw him negate the back control from Neil Magny, I was like, okay, Morales is the real deal. I think Morales has the best shot against Islam of fighters not on the UFC injured reserve. Interesting. Could be. He certainly has the power for it. But can he stuff the takedowns is really the question. I mean, I think there's a bit of a difference between Neil Magny and Islam Makhachev, you know? He probably could have a title shot by now if he didn't decline the Gamrot rematch. Yeah, dude, he is continuing to Floyd Mayweather his way through his career. You know, selective navigation. He is John Jonesing his way through his career. Call that a manicured record. I'll fight you at this time. I'll fight you this time. I'm not going to fight you. Unless X, Y, and Z happens. It's like, dude, what happened at any time, anywhere, any place, you know? Anyone. Oh, got the tap! Hey! All right, take it. Damn, that was a quick tap, too. They were trading on the leg lock, and Tackett ends up getting the sub. That's what's up. All right, well, we definitely know who the better Tackett brother is. Wow. Did it in the first round. I'm telling you, closeted homosexual or religious zealot are the best basis for MMA, and we can see both with the Morales shot. Hydra, what you have to understand is when you are calling Michael Morales a closeted homosexual, you are being culturally insensitive, as that apparently is a tradition in Ecuador. So by saying that all of those men dressed as ladies is closeted homosexuality, you are disrespecting the Ecuadorian people, and I will not stand for it. We need a mod to ban this guy. If only I knew somebody. Armin's a massive liability, and he's not super popular. Why would the UFC give him a shot? Because he's earned a shot, but yeah, I mean, all of what you said is exactly correct. This sport is not merit-based. We know this. As much as you may love or hate it, and trust me, I think that there should be more basis in merit in this sport. The fact that Evloev and Murphy are not getting title shots and Lopez is getting a rematch is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. However, I do recognize the reality there. This is the same way that when Chase gets on his high horse about people cheating in the sport and that fighters need to fight through the cheating, I do understand what he's saying. Yeah, you do have to sometimes fight through fouls because this sport is very laden with fouls. That doesn't make it right and doesn't mean that I won't advocate for there to be less fouls. The same way that I will still advocate for there to be more merit-based in this sport. He tapped like Ringo Starr on the drums. Facts. That was a quick tap. That heel hook must have been pretty nasty. What I say, when in doubt, just race your opponent to the sub. I like it. probably a meniscus or an MCL tear. I mean, the way he tapped it must have been bad. I mean, that's what happens. Leg locks are extremely dangerous for that reason, man. Like, that's why Walter Walker is so effective with the heel hook. Like, you start getting into pushing that leg to the point where it's not supposed to turn anymore, those muscles start to snap very quickly. And I don't have to explain that to you, CTE. I'm not talking about the cross-dressing. I'm talking about the kiss tattoo while only in a towel humping for his boys on Insta. It was for the ladies. It was for the ladies, brother. He might have gotten some pussy off of that. Don't doubt my man over here. Also fucking the shit out of the mat at his gym all the time. I mean, brother. Ladies want to see what your moves look like. I think that there's some logic to what he's doing here. Bro is in good shape. He could be thirst trapping the ladies. Don't be scared of it. Be aware of it. Fair enough. Whoop. The worst part is you don't really feel pain until why have I not been able to talk tonight? The worst part is you don't really feel pain until there's an injury. It's more just pressure. Yeah, it's pressure, and then fucking bomb. Yeah, that is not cool. Yeah, I mean, actually, shout out to the dude on commentary who did say, like, you know, when it comes to freestyle wrestling versus BJJ, the worst, like, life-altering injuries are often in BJJ, for sure. BJJ it can be dangerous. Hey, there's Ode Osborne. Close personal friend of mine. Yeah, I cannot speak tonight for some reason. Worse than usual. I never can, but, like, tonight is, like, really bad. Thinker's bomb tonight. Must be, bro. Telling you, I'm juiced off the bowl, bro. Oh. I'm drunk off of the power that I feel from the new partnership with YouTube. Michael Chandler, I'll see you at the top. What a call out. Is that what he did? He called out Michael Chandler? If you're interested in watching more BJJ, I am not, but okay. You should follow a kid named Jet Thompson. He is from Oklahoma/Texas. I think he's 18 now, but he's a beast. For a few years now, he's been subbing black belts. Okay. Glad you got the belts in there too. Cool. He's going to be on the pro scene soon. What's the name of the girl? Anastasia something? The chick who was in the tiger striped leotard at the CTI, the 18-year-old girl. That girl who's making her debut. She got signed by One Championship. I think her name's Anastasia. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she was really good. She's 18 as well, so a lot of young bucks in the BJJ game. She certainly was better than Bellamere. I mean, Bellamere getting the win, but was not exactly exciting. Yeah, I think I shouted her out on Twitter at one point. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's a while ago now, but I don't tweet all that much, so I should be able to find it. Although I do have a lot of tweets from all of the posting about our streams and posting clips and stuff. Yeah, this is going back a while. If I'm going to be able to find it. Yes, Helena Cravar. That's her name. Thank you, CTE. Thank you. Good Lord. That was going to bother the fuck out of me. I knew there was an A in there somewhere. Yes, Helena Cravar. How much vodka are you hiding in those bowls? It's true. I used to love a Jaeger bomb back in the day. Or a vodka Red Bull as well. Red Bull in anything, man. Red Bull is the best. Met him before? Oh, that's cool. That's right on. Did you train with him? I'm pretty sure that's the girl I sent the calf slicer of earlier. Oh, okay. Shit, I'm going to have to see that. I mean, I guess we're pretty much done with this event, so we'll let this play out a little bit. But shout out to the Tackett man, Andrew, right? That was Andrew Tackett that got the victory. And shout out to the French lady, Aurélie Laverne. Yeah, no more LFA on Fight Pass. Let's see, CTE. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Helena Cravar. Getting a calf slicer. Let's see this here. Yep. She got the setup. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Pulls back on it. Oh, man, that's nasty, boy. She is so good. Yeah, Helena Cravar she is so good. Oh, golly. She got the calf slicer and then pulled back for the choke as well. What a G. Oh, and this is her. Oh, this is not her. This is just somebody explaining the calf slicer. Okay. Huh. Yeah, very cool. Very interesting. Yeah, she's the best. I am a big fan of Helena Cravar. I can't wait to see her make her debut in One Championship. I've seen him grappling, but unfortunately didn't grapple with him. He would have smashed me definitely, though. Craig Jones grappling is so weird. He accepts bad positions so often and always goes out the back door. Yeah. He just, I guess, is that confident, you know? He's that confident in his ability to escape the setups, but it certainly is a dangerous game. You're always playing that way. And maybe that's a little bit of the reason that that our boy Jack Della wasn't able to do shit. All right, now get in there and just accept the position. Then you're going to get out the back door, and then you're going to reverse after that. That's all you need to do. All right, mate, all right. Do that. I can get in there and do that. Goes in, cannot do that. He's just like us for real. I mean, been known to enjoy a little backdoor entry every once in a while. What? Anyway, all right, guys, that is the end of the event. So I guess that is about it for tonight. We've been on for almost 5 hours. That'll do it for a nice Thursday evening stream. So again, I want to make it abundantly clear that in addition to us enjoying that, mildly enjoyable BJJ card, I would say, certainly nothing compared to the CJI, but we got a nice finish in the main event. Shout out to MacTube, who was absolutely correct about Andrew Tackett getting the finish in the main event. That was good. But aside from that, this stream was a celebration of yelling about mixed martial arts after almost 2 years of content creation, finally getting partnered with YouTube. We are in the partner program now. It's going to take a little while before we can get all of the monetization things set up because of some technical issues that were on the back end. But we have made it to the point of monetization, and we are very close to making it to the point of full monetization. That is right around the corner as well. And that's where we're really going to start to shine. So we as a channel could never have done this without you guys. It is a great blessing in my life to be able to do this with you guys, and to have you enjoy it is something that brings me amazing, tremendous joy. As I say very often, this is my absolute favorite thing in the world to do. I wouldn't have it any other way. So the fact that you guys let me do it is, it means the world to me, and something that I don't take for granted in the slightest. So thank you very much for that. Stick around for tomorrow. We are just waiting on seeing if Chase is going to have some issues with snow. They had some snow up in Ohio recently, or the snow was just starting, but seeing Chase on stream tonight is a good sign. So all things equal, if there is no tremendous shift in the snow situation in Ohio, we should be doing the Friday show. where myself and Chase will be breaking down all the comedy and the tragedy in the sport of MMA. That is called the Free For All. And on Mondays, of course, we have last week's fights, where we will be breaking down each and every fight from the upcoming UFC card. So that is Friday. So you got a lot of streaming coming up from me over the next couple of days. We've done a lot of streaming this week. So tomorrow for the Friday show, Saturday, of course, for UFC, and on Monday for the Last Week's Fights podcast. So thank you guys very much for your support. And that shout out to Yama. Get your monetization, as King Cobra would say. Hey, if I can be even a tenth of the man that the great King Cobra was, then we're doing it all right over here. So we all love Yama. Hey, Yama loves you too, man. Appreciate you guys. All right, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, until tomorrow, fight on.
BJJ.